Georgia Guidestones it is, right from the Georgia Guidestones to you, right from the planners, the
Bandito.
to annihilate certain populations and basically remove them so there's more room.
Kenya. Bombers, Kenya. Booty. First. You're wrong, Joe. You were not first. It's Jimmy Whisperer who's first. As I slowly fall away. Nope. You're wrong. Fake news. Damn it, Jimmy. You beat me. Hell yeah, dude. That was a close one. That was a close one, Joe. You almost got there. You were pretty close. Shit day. Damn. My sympathies. Yesterday was kind of a shit day for me. It was like the first actual busy day in a while. Yeah, it just sucked. Oh god. They're listening. DP's listening to Von Helton. No thank you. No thank you. Von Helton's crazy. But today's a little better. Got money. Put that in the bank. Put in savings. So something. Funny thing is, chat registers 0, so neither of us are here. Because YouTube is stupid. YouTube is very stupid. They don't know how to operate correctly. This M&M is a tumor. Has a tumor on it. Okay. I have Slurpee somewhere. Where'd it go? Hold on, this is actual mystery. I did have a Slurpee somewhere around here. Where'd it go? Hold up. Just be a second. Oh, where'd it go?
We also feature beautiful matching tool chests and furniture with hundreds of thousands of satisfied customers and a huge network across the U.S. We've built our reputation on having the best built, best looking, and most convenient safes with great service and warranties. And you can get online financing. So go with the best and get style, convenience, security, and true peace of mind.
We're good.
RhinoSafe.com today. That's RhinoSafe.
I had chocolate milk and then I remembered I had a Slurpee. I'm like, oh shit. Whoops. Gotta charge this shit. That's what I was thinking. I'm at like 60% on here and I'm like, shizzles. I should probably charge it up a little bit. Keep the strength of my charge going. Hey boy, you wanna jump on my lap? Come here, Bandit. Come on, boy. There we go. Who's a good boy? Hey, buddy. Hey, pretty boy. Hello. Oh, you're so friendly. Yep. Plop yourself on the lap like you normally do. There you go. Little plopper. It's my first profile pic for this channel, FYI. Hey. I don't even remember what my first one was. I've had this for like 4 years. I honestly don't remember. Ignore future readers. Yes, if you do.
My name is Joni, and I'm 19. I just graduated high school.
Oh, cool. I'll not ask.
I have a job and I work part-time. And
I think my first one was, I don't even remember what my first one was. I know for a while I had this channel named something totally different twice. I know one was like High King Doge the 12th or something like that. And it had a picture of this Doge meme that was like, looked like a royalty or something, so I did that for a while. Another one was, I don't even remember half of it. Like, before I actually started making this a channel, I was just using it as like a meme account, if anything. Upsubbed when it was Uganda Knuckles. Yep, I know I had a account picture of Uganda Knuckles. Before that, I think it was just probably me being stoned or something like that, most likely. Smoking some weed. And now it's just something I drew. It's pretty much my character that I drew and that I have hanging on my wall in my room. I just took a picture of it, made it, and put the face of it as my profile pic. I'll change it to something eventually at some point. Thinking of a alteration of a new picture here. I believe it was way back. Oh yeah, definitely way back. I might make it me again, but I might do a different picture. So I might see what picture I got. Maybe I might just whip one up, you know, just for the hell of it, just some random day and just do it that way. Or try to digitally draw something and do that, or just find something real cool. I don't know. Feeling a little change because it feels too gray. Like it's just you can kind of get what it looks like, but it's just kind of not really noticeable. So I want to try to find something a little better eventually. It's kind of more of just a placeholder until I find something more permanent, which I don't have yet. So I'll just have to make something. Do it like Sharpie or something like that. That would be actually kind of cool. Get like a little canvas, do like a little head profile shot, and do it all in Sharpie. Because Sharpie's actually not that bad to do artwork with. It's actually pretty cool. Makes things pretty vibrant. So, that's actually kind of a cool idea. I know where I can easily get like a multi-thing of Sharpies and just like one simple little canvas where I could work with. I should probably get like a couple just to, you know, make sure if I mess up, I can at least redo it again, or if I mess up and do something else with that, I can at least do something different with this. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll see how that works. I'll have to experiment with that at some point. Oh my god, this boy. You're just a beast, you know that? Like, look at all this hunk. Look at all this hunkiness. Good lord. Look at this boy. You're just in bliss and peacefulness and enjoy all that. Osama been popping. Oh! Osama has been popping. See what DP's going on. They're still going on Von Helton. What the fuck? Man, I should never tune in when they're doing crazy people. They go over the same people over and over again. Wild Bill, Von Helton, Vigilant Christian. It's like, okay, can we find more crazy people? Like, can we find more unique crazy people? Thank you. Like, we can only handle so much of those people at a time. At least they don't do Brett Keane anymore that much. We grow tired of Brett Keane. And honestly, I kind of feel the same way. I'm like, well, Brett Keane had his day. But it's time for the manatee to make his final rest. DP's trash. Yeah, I was only listening mainly because they had Temple for the news segment. I'm like, alright, I'll take a little gander for that. And it was pretty interesting, but now I'm just like, I'll do something else now. So that's what I'm doing. I still have it in the background. Maybe something of interest will come up as a conversation, which I was hoping for. But as far as I can tell, maybe not. I'll turn it down a little, at least. Keep it in my ear. Maybe something pop up. Something may or may not pop up, but I'm keeping it down because I don't want it distracting me with their nothingness. Because there really isn't much going on. The magnet glued, grabbed onto this and kept it. It's like, no, you will not separate. No, you will not separate. Goddamn lol. Goddamn lol. Goddamn. Cockles 2018. Lol. Ugh. Boom. That was your day. Did you work? Nope. I wouldn't be working. I wouldn't be here right now if I was. But, honestly, just, whoop. The day honestly kind of went before we even really had anything to do. I just kind of chilled for a bit, had some food. I did the whole bank thing. Got my check, got my money. So now I'm going to check out some desktops now. I got enough money to definitely get one. So I'm going to look for one. I'm going to contact Stefan and be like, which one's a good one? And just get that, and then get a really nice monitor, like a pretty nice, decent monitor that I can do next to my TV screen. and then or maybe 2 of them if I can. If I can find a deal for 2 monitors, then that would be really nice. And then just get a keyboard and mouse, which we already have plenty of keyboards, but a mouse, I already have one, so I mean I just need to get the monitors. I think that's about it. I got everything else. So besides, so I'm pretty set. So I just need to make sure I have a desktop that has the right components for what I'm looking for a decent price, and for what I'm looking for, or at least from what I can tell, it's not too bad. I'm actually kind of surprised how cheap desktops can go for. Like, I've seen them as cheap as $100, and it's like, what? Really? Just for a simple rig up, you know? It's like, well, that's not what I'm looking for, but that's actually kind of cool to know, you know? If whoever wants to start up, you can find them easily for 100. It's not too bad. Though, again, for me, I'm going to try to do gaming on top of what I'm doing too, so I need a little extra graphics and RAM space and stuff like that. So, you know, I'm going to need better components, which is going to require a little bit more money to fork over. So it'll probably be more like 200 or 250, I've noticed, which I got right now, so. Yeah, you got to get back to your other stuff like in yours instead to push those numbers up. Definitely. Did you know Corbin's not Dumbledore? He's not Dumbledore? Damn it! Damn it! All this time I thought Corbin was Dumbledore. Damn it. All my hopes and dreams have just been crushed. Damn. Damn. But most definitely, though, what you were saying there before, though, Joe, because I need to get back in that groove. It's not that I haven't been in the mood to do them, it's just that I've been kind of out of the groove to really do it, because doing it this way isn't really satisfactory to me on how I want to do those particular things. So it's just like, I don't want to do it that way. I don't want to do it in this particular method. I want to do it in a method that I'm already have done better. So instead of just reverting back, I'd rather just revert forward, essentially. Oh, yeah. Well, those floors were, like, literally damn forests. Like, oh my god. Okay. Eventually, tomorrow I'll mop them up. But, oh my, they just needed something. That was just ridiculous. That's good for me, but doesn't help your goals. Yeah. Eventually, though, once this gets set, I mean, things will definitely, like, that's just, besides that, the next main goal is probably just getting that 1,000 sub base to kind of at least have, like, a little, you know, kind of have a little ground to actually put a foot on. And then from there, you know, I don't know. Those are just kind of my 2 main goals. Just have that the setup complete and 1,000 subs. That's kind of just the only 2 goals, really. Besides that, you know, I'm just keeping doing what I'm doing. I mean, I don't really got too much reason to change. It's just the upgrades. I haven't chatting with Carl in a while. Yeah, he was on, or not today, but last night. It seems like whenever you're on, he isn't on, but whenever he's on, you're not on. It's like you guys are like the opposites here. I've noticed.
The same person.
It could be the same person. Wow, the conspiracy just delves real deep on that one. Whoa.
It's his alter ego.
The alter ego? Well, I definitely know it's not, because Carl talks, you know, about Jimmy like definitely as a separate person, not as like a same account type of wise. Unless he's dedicated as shit. If it's one person dedicated, oh my god. But the thing is, the other alter egos from New York, and Carl is from South Carolina, so that's some dedication to make such 2 different. Even on Twitter too. Like if it's
But
one.
you can actually fix it where it just shows different location on your computer.
Oh yeah, I can literally put up as my location as Satan's asshole if I wanted to. Mm-hmm. On Twitter, I can literally, where's your location? Satan's asshole. Hey, it will allow it. I've seen people put up the most absurd places for their location. Like, I mean, you can put anything. That's true, yeah. But, I mean, if it's your actual account, chances are you're not trolling and putting Satan's asshole or something like that. You're probably putting the state or the city you're from or whatever. Somewhere vaguely around the area you're at. How'd you figure it out? It's just, just a little digging. It's all it takes, just a little dig, and you can see the similarities and patterns. Actually, no, we are one. Joe, Jimmy, and Carl. Different personalities, that is all. Whoa. So, you're one person in 2 different accounts at once. Sometimes 3 times at once, all simultaneously chatting. Wow. One of them must be an AI system, and you just program certain words and things for it to operate with. Wow. That is some dedication. It ain't easy. Damn straight, it doesn't sound like it. This is like some more dedication than trolling Chris Chan. This is like more dedication than that. Like, oh my lord. I'm proud to be more trolled than Chris Chan if that's the case. Wow. Damn. And all it took was just one person. It didn't take a whole group of trolls like Chris Chan had it happen. Which is still happening. Is it Christine Chan now? I don't even know. Japan, land of the rising sun. New York, land of the smelling cunt. That sounds about accurate. I'm from neither of those places, but that does sound about accurate from what I've heard about both places. What the fuck? Now they're on Gail, that old lady who's schizophrenic and has a very weird love interest for Brett Spiner. Portland, land of the shrieking libs. That is definitely true because I live here, so I know that. And we virtue signal by putting LGBTQ banners everywhere, Black Lives Matter banners everywhere. So it's definitely true. Not that they probably do believe that, but they like to virtue signal it a fuck ton here. We're the land of virtue signalers. So, I mean, straight up, I'm not even kidding. Like, I have pictures of just all sorts of shit that is like LGBTQRXSUV. You forgot to add 3 T's, a Z, and 4 W's with that as well. And I think an A and an I as well. Like, I think it's like LGBTQWX IAZTWQI. Like, I mean, how many acronyms are they going to add on to the fucking thing? Muslims are in the flag now, lol. On the LGBTQ. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Oh my god, that makes no sense. Like, really, dude? Oh, yeah. Yeah, bro, oh my god. That makes no sense. That just... Oh my god. That makes no sense. How? Like, one, like, the religion, if you just look at it on face value, is just inherently homophobic in nature. 2, most religions, especially Abrahamic religions, are like that in nature anyway. So, religion's just against the LGBT outright, for the most part. Besides, like, some weird fringe ones, like Hinduism or some shit, where they're like, oh, we don't care, free love, everything, all that stuff. But even then, a lot of them still have stigmas, so like religion in general is just against you. So like, that just doesn't make sense. Like, sure, there's gay Muslims, I guess, but that still that doesn't mean like that makes no sense. It just doesn't make sense. Like, it's one thing to be like a gay Muslim because there's gay Christians and gay religious people. I mean, that's a given, but like, that's breaking my brain. How? How? That doesn't make sense at all. That just straight doesn't make sense. Like, everything logically in my head is going against that. Because it just straight doesn't make sense. My God. Stupid. That's just dumb. How did they even do that? Birdman on the radio talk about alien DNIers. I don't know if it's alien DNA. I heard something about horse embryos or something like that, so I think it's about something about, I don't know what it's about. It could be about alien DNA for all I give a fuck. It talks about weird shit sometimes. It can be kind of interesting, but sometimes it's just like you're going too far. It's like, chill, bro. You're trying to, like, make a conspiracy out of a cool scientific, like, a scientific discovery or some shit about DNA or something like that, and you're trying to, like, point a conspiracy to it or something like that, or some deep state, you know, reason to it. It's like, chill, bro. It's alright. It's just science doing its thing. Impregnating aliens with horses. I don't even want to imagine how that works. I don't want to know how that works. It's just aliens with horses. I'm trying to imagine. I'm just trying to even imagine how that works. Does the alien just like get itself prepped and then the horse just mounts the fucking thing, or do they have to do artificial insemination, where they just have to make the horse mount like one of those AI mounts or whatever the fuck, and then inject it into it? Like, I'm just trying to imagine this. This is terrifying to me. Let's find out how. Oh God, no! I think I've went too far as it is. I'm surprised Carl Rova would enjoy this. This would be right up his alley. We're gonna envision the how. No, thank you. I don't want to envision the how. We don't need to envision the how. I already did enough. I don't need to explore more. That's a little terrifying to me. Like, or it could. Oh God, fuck it. Like, is it the other way too? Maybe like instead of they inseminate the alien, like they artificially inseminate that, and then they get the horse pregnant, and then they're like, you know, and they inject it into it. Like, you know, like how's it like? Like, how in the fuck does that work? Jimmy, you really put a paradox on us right now. We're like, oh my God, look what conversation you have delved us into. Wow. Talking about horses inseminating aliens. Jeez, this sounds like straight up like the fanfic of some like xenophile furry fetishist motherfucker or some shit. And I don't go that far at all. That's just like, whoa, hold up now. We need to pump the brakes, like, because we went from like 0 to 1,000. Like, hold up now. Why are you going down that wormhole? You are the one enabling me, bitch. The chat has enabled me. That is why. Just be like, it's like, hold on, let me get him. I'll hit him up. I'll get him in here. Be like, hold on, we'll explore this more. Let me hit him up. Oh God. Oh no. I can't believe we're going down this rabbit hole. Well, to initially, like, I guess we'll find out what initially got us in this rabbit hole. See what the fuck he's talking about.
This Chinese doctor, this scientist, said that he is doubling down on his work, saying that he feels that what he did was important for the growth of the well-being of the planet.
Okay.
Growing an edited embryo into a fully fledged adult human.
Oh, I remember. Okay, I know what he's talking about now. He's talking about the Chinese. They literally artificially did like human embryos and shit. That's what he's talking about. So I guess he's trying to make a conspiracy out of that, I guess, or something like that. I don't know, but that's what I talk about. I do know a little bit about this, vaguely, but a little bit. It's like there is a Chinese doctor that did this, and he did like a couple of them, I think, a few of them, and I don't know how many, honestly. I know he just did multiple successful embryos of like artificial humans that are like, human for all for all attentive purposes, besides the fact that they're just not created by natural purpose properties, from sex. So it's like, besides that, they're human, essentially. So, I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing, and I don't know, like, that's one thing, I think that is definitely a progress into science, and, I do, embrace the positive outcomes, at least, but, yeah, there's, especially if it's from the Chinese, there's probably some negative connotation that is implemented within this. So I don't, so, I'm not too, I'm, a little skeptical at least about the whole experiment in it itself, but the whole research and the science behind it, though, I'm not. Like, I mean, like, it's interesting. It's definitely some interesting stuff, and, I don't know too much about it, but, I'd love to explore more on it. Aliens, we will come to your world with horse babies. Horse babies. Alien horse fowls. Oh god. To procreate. It's not procreate, it's procreate, but I get what you meant there. But yeah, we're gonna procreate with horses. Us aliens. That's what the aliens are gonna do. Is that like, so if that's how the aliens like start, like, so they don't go with humans, they just decide to do the horses for some reason. Like, okay. Is that like, how would we see that? Like, would that technically be like a weird form of like zoophilia or some shit, or is that just like straight up like, well, what are we gonna do about it? Just like some weird alien science shit. Like, how are we gonna like, how are we going to rationalize this in our heads as like as like a species when if this ever happens and they're like, all right, we're gonna start taking aliens. All right, we're the aliens. We're gonna start taking your horses and start doing some sexual experiments and procreating with them, with goo pregnancies and shit. Like, oh god, I just don't even like. Oh lord, oh boy, oh no, oh god. I'm just a little. All right, well, I don't know. I think this rabbit hole's starting to get a little too deep. I think we've dug well enough. I don't know. I'm hearing screeches outside. I think it might be one of the screeching liberals we been mentioning earlier. There's been a lot of noises outside. I'm hearing like people going woo woo, like way off in the distance. So it just sounds like someone going woo woo or whatever. Or it even sounds like a dog howling, but it's not a dog, obviously. I don't even know what the fuck it is. And then there are actual dogs just going off and whatever. And then there's just random noises. It's like, the fuck is going on outside? Like, is it the purge or something? Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, what is happening for all these random noises to be happening? Like, I guess people are having parties, I guess, or something. I don't know. That might be the Logan mating call. Oh, Lord. Probably not. Hope not. I doubt it, though. Boom. message retracted. I'm so happy to see Spaz the other night. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see him too. He's definitely doing good for himself, as it looks like. Which is a good thing. Though he hasn't hit me up at all, so it's just like, weren't we meant to hang out earlier? Like on Tuesday? Like 2 days late on that, but alright. It's whatever. Probably has his own things going on, so it's all good. But yeah, it's good that he is, guys, at least getting shit, in order for himself, which is good. So I'm definitely proud of the kid, like for real. Like I'm surprised he's grown up as quick as he did, as much as he did so far. Still's got a way to go, but definitely has progressed a lot since like last year. Like even in the last 6 months. It doesn't relapse. Doesn't look like it. I'm not really too concerned about that with him, honestly. Initially I was, but the more he continues to honestly prove me wrong and continue to be committed in what he's doing right now, I mean, the more I'm like, he's continuing the right track, so I think he actually is committed to it. So I don't think he is. I don't think he's going to be in threat of actually relapsing or anything like that. I don't think that's going to be the case. He'll definitely, like, smoke weed and drink again every now and then, of course. I mean, he's always going to be down for that once he's able to do it again. But I don't think he's going to get into the state he was in again. I mean, there's always that possibility, but I don't know. I'm not too concerned about that with him that much. I think he's, got his mind set on what he wants to do and where he wants to go, and he's going for it. Like I can definitely tell he's got that commitment, which is good. It really is good. Like I remember talking about last time. Like I don't know if he acknowledged it himself or if other people like me and Harley influenced him to kind of wake up a little bit and change path. But if he did it himself, then it definitely shows that he's willing to mature and actually grow as a person. And if those other people influencing him, then he's at least willing to show openness to people who are willing to help him and shit. But also at the same time, that can prove a negative because it can also show he's open to even negatives as well, negative influence. But I don't think he's gonna be around negative influences. I mean, he's pretty committed to chilling with Harley and I, and usually like around people that are generally probably just gonna smoke weed, and that's about it. That's the worst they're probably gonna do, or drink and stuff like that. What worries me is he seems to be too much of his personal happiness on others and on himself. Let's see, hope I'm wrong. I think it's just because he wants to put that on his daughter, but he just doesn't have that. Like he is having this fatherly like feelings now, like because he is, and he doesn't have that child to put it out on. So I think a lot of it is probably that, but at the same time, it could be that. I think I think it's more probably his ADHD, and a lot of it's just being very expressive and just expressing it outwardly to everybody, which I think that's probably what it is. On top of what I was saying earlier, but it could be, but I don't know if it is, but it could be. It's a thought I didn't really think about, but that's a possibility. I still feel like it's more of him just, being expressive about what he's doing and, like, saying, hey, I'm proving you fuckers wrong. I'm actually, doing good for myself here. I'm actually changing myself around, turning myself around and stuff. I think that's kind of more to it, especially towards...
Somebody's been delayed. I gotta go back to the store.
Oh, you forgot something?
Yeah, I thought one of the mushroom soups was a mushroom soup, which I put in there was cream chicken.
Creamy chicken?
Yeah.
Aw, so you have to go grab a thing of soup.
Yes.
Well, shizzles.
No, really.
Damn.
I have a cigarette here. Fuck.
Yeah. Ugh.
See if she needs out.
Yeah. Oh. DPS ended its night.
Yeah,
Damn.
see if she needs out.
Who?
Bella!
Oh.
She's barking.
Oh, hold on. I wasn't hearing her.
That's okay.
Hold on. Alright.
She's barking. Yeah, she's barking still. Not our that little voice either. Thanks. No. You found her? No.
She's not even in there.
Weird. I'm hearing things.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not hearing anything. What were you talking? I was like, what are you talking about? I would have heard her. This wasn't even loud at all because I'm doing this.
That'll be alright. Oh, maybe not.
I don't know. There's like noises outside, honestly. So maybe there's something outside. Because I'm hearing dogs go off outside, people making noises outside. Oh, Robert, can you get me a maple bar?
Huh?
That's what Joe said.
Oh.
It's like, hi, Robert, can I have a maple bar?
Sure, come get it.
I want my maple bar and M&M's, damn it. There you go.
Jeez.
Have a fucking M&M's. Thanks. Well, I tried. I also have a base number since we're at it. Waiting for food. Might as well have a base number. Easy piece of low riff. Didn't your sales go from 131 to 134? We gotta get you 250. Again, my goal is 1,000. I'll look at 250. I'll be like, hey, thanks, guys. Now give me 2,000. I'll be like, thanks, guys. But it's getting there a little bit. Just slowly over time. Takes his little course and takes his pace. That's all that matters. It's all that matters. Boom. It's taking drinks and different things. I just like, here's one thing I'm gonna drink. Here's another thing I'm gonna drink. And here's another thing I'm gonna drink. Now I'm gonna drink bong water. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that. Hell no. That's gross. The building with cement and not sand. Basically. Exactly. God damn, I'm starting to fuck up because my hand. Ugh. I should definitely be strumming with something instead of my fingers when I do that. Oh, here's a little thing. It's a little washer. Maybe this will work. Kind of. It kind of does. now my wrist is starting to get sore. Everything's getting sore doing that. Don't you have a pick in my room, and I'm not going to get it. Tell me you're dreaming about going to a bro's house playing that damn game. Not right now. Maybe like next week. Not a musician, but I know guitarists have picks. I have a plethora of picks. They're just in my room, and I don't want to get them. And that's just the main reason. So I'm using this little washer, but hey, it's working. It's working. So use what you can use when you don't got a pick right offhand, right? But hey, that was a little. I mean, that was kind of sloppy, but hey, it worked. It works. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna change it up a little bit. I've been doing that same riff for the most period of a long time. But I gotta take a break because that fucking dog. So I guess no one else is doing it because I was hearing that for at least a minute. And my finger's a little fucked now. Go on. Okay, whatever. I'm not hearing a dog anymore, so I'm assuming it's probably safe. No one's probably gonna come out and come and get me. Ow! Oh! Ah! I ripped a chunk off me. Ow! That was not pleasant at all. Just gonna stop using that now. Fuck. Damn it. Hold on. Fuck. God, man, my fingers, it got sloppy. Fingers seized up on me. It was like, nope, you're gonna stop for a second. It's like, no, damn it. Careful. Indeed, careful. Can't go too hard or else it's gonna get super slop. God damn it. Ugh. Okay, now sing along, lol. That'll bring the world to a stop on my first note. Yeah, I mean, we're just making like little grooves every time around here. So let's go on and get to eat. We're doing like this little mushroom beef soup thing with rice. And my mom usually makes it all the time. But Robert knows the recipe, so he makes it now. And it's really good. I usually like to add a little bit of seasoned salt and pepper right on top of it with a little bit of parsley. Perfects it. It's like perfection after that. It's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff, and it's really easy to make. You just need like 2 cans of cream of mushroom soup, some beef, you got your rice, and just add seasonings when apply. Pretty simple. Beef stew. Not exactly a stew, but it's pretty good though. Bread to dip. Optional, yeah. I usually toast up some bread and make garlic toast out of it. But yeah. That was why. I'm like, why is it doing that? And I was like, oh, my finger's blocking it. pain, but I'm prejudiced. You and Ozzy, I listen to Crazy Train 10 times a day, and Cream Bohemian Rhapsody, man, I like a lot of older music. Yeah, I definitely, hey, don't get me wrong, I definitely do too. It's definitely not, definitely does sound like a negative there. Why are you picks in the room when you're playing in here sometimes? You'll get finger calluses. Maybe that's the point. Maybe I want finger calluses so I can just keep doing that and be better at it. Get them bass calluses, get them thick finger bases. I'm just gonna use that if I'm gonna start doing that. I like doing those chords and shit. Chords and basses are underrepresented. Even though those are simple power chords, there's some good things. If Carl stops in, we should mention a picture he sent me, lol. Turnabout is fair play. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, here's what I sent you. I sent you... What do we send? Let's collaborate on this real quick. Let's actually stop here to collaborate. I want to collaborate this. So, if it comes in, we're going to be like, hey, what should we send? What should we say? I'm not too sure. I'll have to figure it out. Should it, I'm thinking we should evolve... This is a good one. I think it should evolve, clothing attire either being missing or... Yeah, I think that should at least be one thing. I know nobody deserves it. For real, right? Get him back. Yeah, I definitely think we should, let's collaborate this a little bit. Ooh, I think I know. I think I know here. Hold on. I think I know. Let's say I sent a picture when I was a little kid with a bald head to give you sympathy for your lack of hair. And then on top of that, we should say I had a t-shirt that had the Texan flag. Yeah, the Texas flag. A little kid, like at 5th grade. There we go. 5th grade. That works. So, at 5th grade, I had this bald head, and my mom would make me wear this Texas t-shirt. And what else? And my mom would make me wear these little boots, these little cowboy boots. And I sent you a picture of that. There we go. I think we got it. There we go. That sounds pretty good. And pretty compelling, too. So, let's roll with that. 5th grade. I had a picture of me bald-headed with little cowboy boots and his t-shirt of the Texas flag on it. Perfect. Can't remember, I'm old. Can't remember too much, lol. But it's pretty simple, right? Alright, we're rolling with that. Whenever it gets brought up, that's what we're rolling with, okay? That's what we're rolling with. And if he says anything or finds us out via the stream watching it later, it's fake news. We'll just drive him insane, dude. We'll just make him go nuts. We'll make him crack. We'll crack him like an egg. Okay, bald Texas t-shirt, 5th grade. Those are the only key points. Oh, and little cowboy boots. Besides that, that's all of them. That actually sounds like the Nirvana, the riff from. Hold on, I'm actually gonna see if that actually is it. Well, I can't do the E, cause, well, hold on, maybe I can, hold on. I could do that, I guess. Oh, that sounds better, actually. Kind of, a little bit. I know I correct messages so you can't read it. Boy, I'm getting sneaky. Poke. Damn right. Sneaky. We're getting sneaky on them. But that's okay. Let's add the sneak and just sneak it all on them. That's just kind of a tune to the older airfile I was doing last time, on last stream. I'm gonna try if I can remember, hold on. if I was riffing last time, but that does sound like a pretty good one. I'm gonna do it. Get a little sounds good. Better if I had the missing note last time. That's true. Plus, that was just something totally different. I know. I'll have to just go back in the last stream and check it out. But I know that time it was definitely something different and a little bit more ominous for sure. Last time it was a little bit more westerny, but this time it was a lot more ominous. And I decided to get a little bit more blackened when I did that. Because that's its own little chord in itself, and then that's its own little chord. So I'm doing two little different chords. But it sounds pretty cool. I kind of like that. It's kind of a cool little technique. It's like a little progression. It's a little that's actually kind of a cool progression. I like that. Go power chord, minor. And go again. I don't know if you can see it, but that's it. You do that, and then that. And go up here. It's actually kind of a cool little thing. Pretty cool. Learning stuff with music. But I'm gonna take a break and smoke like I normally do. Just had a little bass out there for a sec. Ugh. See some M&Ms too. Oh, I know. Yellow and oranges. I'm gonna watch for a bit and just let it sneaks. Sounds like people just want to come by and check it out. And then leave. It's totally fine by me though. Catch me at a time when they were checking me play music, so Better time than not. Thinking. Better to hear me just ramble about some bullshit. Identify yourself, comrades. Well, they already left, so it's too late now. That's alright. Man, I have been gassy today. Oh my goodness. Well, it's late, but oh well, my brain is on 2-minute delay today. Oh well. It's feeling like, man, this whole week has just been feeling weird. It's like, It's the winter, man. That bloody damn winter. Well, hey, little Meg. Little poof. You're not doing a good job sneaking because I can easily see you. You're like right in the open. I'm like right here. I don't think she realizes I'm actually talking to her and I'm like looking at her. Hey, I'm right here. Up here. Hey, yeah, now you saw me, now you're running away. Oh, you saw me and she recognized where I was and she's like, fuck that, I'm out. Give me that redemption game. Shh. Maybe. I've been dreaming. Ah, sees and knows all. Fake news. I've been more tempted to try Red Dead Redemption Online than anything. But besides that, not too much. I don't need to dream, I can just access it. You know what I mean? So, it's just I need to find the time to do so. Okay, maybe not all the time. Yeah, but some. Oh yeah. Like, shit. I couldn't just go over there on Friday night, come back on Saturday, in time for work, play it then. So, no matter what, I can usually find them. Probably gonna find M&M balls. One of them flew away. I'm looking, but I think I found a free Fortnite downloaded. Fortnite's already free. In some beta game. Well, Fortnite's already free, and that game's ridiculous. And the beta game, the only other game I can think of being in beta right now is, I remember, I'm not really thinking too much right now. Fallout 76, I think. Yeah, they're the recent one that's been kind of out in beta. But I've been getting a lot of shit for it.
Well, please forgive me.
What happened?
Nothing. I jumped on that earlier.
I was hearing something while I was playing bass. What happened?
I got pissed off. Maybe sometimes makes mistakes, but you did all the dishes, fixing the supper, opened the can of something that didn't look right, looked at it, and it's chicken, cream of chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to put that in there. So, looked all over it, couldn't find another cream of chicken.
Yeah.
And then cream and mushroom. Went to the store, came back to get everything together, and then Mom wanted something, and I was getting Mom some accidentally spilled the tea in Mom's drawer.
Oh.
I couldn't get the drawer out, so I take everything out of the drawer and everything else, and just flew up on the floor, and supper was cooking and everything else. And I said, Dad, need to cook supper. And so he said, okay. And I said, what do you do? And then I'm saying he's putting the mushroom soup and the meat together. You need to put the mushroom soup alone by itself with the milk to get the consistency correct, and then put the meat in there.
Yeah, and you.
And then it said, Scott, you can't, I'm sorry you're not doing that right. I'll take care of this. And I told him the situation. And I said, I've spilled tea in Mom's drawer. And I came in, and I guess he asked Chris what I wanted. She said, well, I don't know. It's something about the tea in the drawer or something. And so I came back in there, and he's looking in the cup, and where the towels were. God, let's forget it, man.
Oh my God.
You're losing.
So he's just playing. So basically, just playing dumb with the situation.
Yeah, I get pissed off.
Evidently, I mean, doing all that shit, and suddenly shit just kept building.
And then it kept building.
My lord. 8420 is doing Fortnite channel now. Yeah.
And I just jumped to the first person I can get.
Evidently.
There's your dad.
There you go. I saw him walk out earlier. I'm like, what happened? And I didn't say anything. I'm just like, okay, he's just walking calmly out. He ain't freaking out. So I was like, okay, whatever.
I'm a piece of shit. I don't know why I'm cutting the shit. I'm upset.
I don't know what you. I didn't hear a thing. I was just hearing you go off, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna continue to play music now. Continue to play music, and hopefully it drowns it out.
But everything is built on, but then built on is broke.
Well, that tends to happen after enough build-up.
And then I ended up doing that part. I went to Safeway and had to wait about 15 minutes there because the lady had to put the ink back in the register.
Yeah.
And then she couldn't get to working. About 10 minutes later, she finally got it working. And I'm waiting for there just one kind of soup. And okay, it is what it was.
Yeah, those registers are ridiculous. They always give us problems.
That's not the problem. Wait, 10 minutes from milk.
Oh my lord.
See all in Mom's store and everything. They got that take care of supper. It's already ready here. I can check the water.
Yeah, it's not my chaos. And now you're like, oh, I gotta check this thing now.
It was a little chaos, yeah.
Well, yeah. Why would you get my maple bar if you haven't destroyed my life? Well, he ran off too quick for me to even get all that through, so. I mean, you definitely got you a maple bar. It's going to be shipped to you, okay? It might not be looking like a maple bar by the end of it, but it's a maple bar. You forgot it.
Oh.
I was back. Oh shit! Piece of peanut went in my throat. Man, a piece of peanut went in my throat. Oh god. You got a minute. Hey, it got shipped via P.O. Box, okay? It's alright. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's alright. Jesus. Heimlich maneuver. It was just a chunk of peanut. Also like a whole peanut. I can like feel it in my lung right now because it decided to say fucking go all the way in now. Well, I know one way that can get rid of it. The coughing would help. It would. Dude, you want to know what's weird? Okay, I'm not even lying. This happened to me once. I think I probably mentioned it on stream one point. I woke up and I did this. Just a little cough up my throat. It wasn't like phlegm, but it was just, like this buildup or whatever, I guess. Just like mucus. So I coughed it up. But guess what came out literally from in my lung, though? It was like it was like a and then like went up my throat and I went, ugh. So I get a paper towel, do that, see what that was. Guess what I found? A fucking ant. A singular ant. I'm just like, it's still barely moving. It's like, and I'm like, oh god, this ant was in my lung. In my lung? I had an insect in my lung? That was like that kind of freaked me out a little bit. I'm like, how in the fuck did an ant get in my lung? Is there an ant colony in there? I was like, oh god, I'm Ant-Man. Boy, your nose. It's not nose. It's. Did you sleep mouth open? Evidently. Or that ant just found its way through my nose, down my throat, or in my mouth, in my throat. I don't know. But that was the only time I ever found an insect or anything like that in my like that before. That was weird. I was like, what the fuck? But I think the second weirdest thing was, funny enough, what was it? It was this bit of food. I think it was, what was it? Oh, I remember now. It was a piece of corn, actually. Somehow, a piece of corn got in my lung. I think it was a popcorn kernel, by the looks of it, actually. And I coughed it up, and it came out. And it didn't, like, block anything, really. It was just kind of nestled in just a big canvas spot in my lung, I guess. Probably just, chilling, like, if your lungs, like, they come out right here, right? So it was probably, like, nestled here. Like, one time I popped out, I was coughing, and a little popcorn kernel. One time I did that, and an ant came out.
An ant?
Yeah, I woke up,
Huh.
I just was like, I felt, I'm like, oh, I feel something there. So I go, like that, and I'm like, ugh. So I do that with a little, toilet paper towel, whatever. And there's an ant in that little mucus stuff, and it was barely moving, like it was still alive. And I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna squish you and end your misery. I'm like, that poor ant. I don't know how that happened. It was the only
It's not
time.
in your mouth.
Probably.
All kind of stuff crawls in your mouth at night.
Oh yeah.
Spiders and
oh yeah. Oh definitely. So I was surprised, but at the same time I'm like, once I realized, oh, it just crawled in my mouth. I was just like, damn. But that's still like, how did it get in my lung?
Really?
Normally, when you hear about these cases, they just go right in your stomach, or you accidentally swallow it or something like that, because your body like will feel tickling and it'll be like,
We gotta check it.
yeah, then it'll just like gulp a little bit. You'll kind of do that, or something like that, and gulp and just do that, and you'll be like, and swallow like a spider or something like that. You better eat slower. Sometimes if you blow your nose, it lodges anything in your throat. Dislodges anything in your throat. Better eat slower. It's not really about eating slower. It's just that there's a little bit of peanut in my mouth, and it got loose enough to go right into me lungs while I was breathing. So I can kind of tell where it is a little bit. I kind of feel it. It's not like lodged deep. It's literally like on the top surface edge, like my right lung here. Like it enters right here. It's like if the esophagus is going right here and it branches off here, like it's literally like right here where it will branch up in here and shit and go down there. So I think a quick little smoke might just like and get rid of it. Actually doing that almost, I kind of felt it like lodge a little. Nah, a little bit, not too much. It's funny, I'm feeling this thing in here. I mean, it's not like irritating or noticeable, but it's just like, it's kind of funny to notice it. I don't want anything to happen while I'm watching on stream. Imagine the helplessness. Nah, nothing crazy is gonna happen that badly. Like, what could possibly really go wrong unless like a swatting thing happens? Which I'll be fucked. Like, there's the potential of my ass getting shot. Oh God. Mm. I'm having a lot of chocolate right now. Chocolate M&Ms, chocolate milk. I'm getting all chocolatey. I'd call 911 We're at Oregon. First problem. Second location. Issue too well on stream. Well, I don't know if the 911 operations actually happen on like that big of a grand scale. I think it just directs you to the most local, the police department. So if you call 911, you're gonna get your most local PD to respond. I think that's how it works. I think it just registers the location, it registers the closest department for dispatch. I think that's how it happens. So even if you did, it will not be at my department at all. So they'll be like, we can't do anything about this. It's literally across the fucking country. So it's just like, we can like send an email, I guess, or call them over there, or you can call them like directly or something. You'd get shit. I'd get help. You'd get shit. Well, I think the best thing you'd have to do is just literally call the local police department and be like, yeah, there's this person that's doing a stream, and this is happening. Like, I mean, if something were to happen, I'll make sure that there's information for me to at least, for audience members to be like, save me if something happens. If that's the case, which I highly doubt that would ever be the situation. So, but if it ever comes to that case, it's like, oh God, I'm gonna die. It's like, here's my location. Someone call the police and dispatch and get help for me. I'll be like, if it's shit like that, then it's like, it's serious. But like, the chances of that ever happening is like 0 to none. I highly doubt that would ever happen, to be honest with you. Though if it happens, I'll hopefully put the trust in, some audience member out there to be like, oh shit, this is actually serious. Let's get some help for this fella. Let's get this help for our favorite content creator, or one of them, or something like that. I don't know. It's just like, we gotta go get them and save the day. And I think your safety. I should have all info, lol. Oh my lord. I'm not that trusting of people. I'm not that trustworthy, despite the intentions of being good. But generally, there's enough people here where I should be fine. That's what I mean. Like, nothing's gonna go crazy. Nothing should be going nuts. Nothing should be significantly serious. Should all be good. Should all be good. If it's not good, then it's a problem. But luckily, it's usually good. But the worst case scenario is there's like some beef or some shit. And usually then there's like nothing. Yeah, Robert can revive you. He could try. After all the times I've helped him out. Shit. I know he'd definitely try. Oh my god. He'd do anything. Like, I know I'd trust him to, protect my life. Because, I mean, I've done plenty, to help his. Not plenty. I've just done, considering considering how long he's been here, I've done so much, for him as well. He would definitely easily return the favor. Not that I, want it, It's like, I'm just doing it because you're pretty much part of the family now, so, I think that's the main reason. Like, and you're a legit dude, so. I mean, I would help you even if you're, just a stranger. Like, I have at least enough respect and trust for just a human individual to be like, hey, you need a little help. Well, I'll be there to help you out a little bit. Until you double cross me, then it's like, all right, then I'm not helping you anymore, and then you're kind of a piece of shit. But at first, I do offer a lot of hospitality, and granted, it's probably a curse as much as a blessing. because people easily take advantage of that, which is awful. It's like, you know, it's easy for people to, you know, see that and be like, oh, let's take advantage of that, which, you know, is definitely a problem. And, you know, it's probably something that just can't change about, you know, nature of humanity. They like to exploit shit. Family meaning nowadays has changed. Family has expanded. In a way, yeah. I mean, he almost kind of was. I mean, there was a time where him and my mom were dating, and he was considering on marrying her for a time. But I mean, obviously that's changed. But now that he's back, and I mean, or back in mom's life, and now has entered our lives, and is you know, just been here. I mean, he might as well be. Where the hell's Comrade Stefan? I've been talking from earlier. I actually showed him a really compelling video on Beta at Work. And some unfortunate news about the feller.
Yeah, she was barking. She was outside.
Oh, she was outside?
Uh-huh.
I looked at the front window and I didn't see her, and I looked. I thought you were saying she was like one out.
She's just barking.
Oh, well that explains the noise from outside because that was her. I was hearing other dogs, so I thought it.
That's right.
All right, well that was just goofiness. That was a flop. Oops. I'm like, where is she? I don't see her. She ain't wanting outside. She's outside already. That explains it. I want to know if he was brave enough to do that beer egg. You know, I totally forgot to ask him. If he comes on, we'll ask him. But, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, Beta at Work. So, Kyle Kalinske did this video. Actually, I would love to share it. Where is Robert's other phone? Robert has his phone here, but where's the other one? Hold on, I'll go grab that one real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, wow, that's smart. Dropping phones. Terminator 2 is on Viceland. Viceland has Terminator. Don't know why, but it's cool. Dropping phones has to come back in. Big O? Live? What? The fuck is this? I don't even care.
Oh.
Oh my god, this phone's a little slower than mine at the moment. Okay.
Oh.
Secular talk. Secular talk. Gonna get myself secular talk. On the bum. On the bum. On the bum. Bum ba bum. He also had one more video for me to look at.
Yeah, I think this needs bigger than this thing.
It's like one side's weaker than the other.
Actually, I think it's where I fell so many times, and one time I injured it when I fell in from the hospital a long time ago.
Oh, damn.
Before you knew you, but actually them
Yeah.
big bricks that, have people park.
Yeah.
All I tripped one on them is bam!
Damn. Probably just injured towards this weekend.
Yeah, then I basically fell several times, but you helped me, and then several times in the hospital.
Yeah.
So it didn't help.
What? Go away.
Primary conversation.
Beta will work. There we go. But me and Stefan were talking earlier about beta will work and how it's like oof. Hold on. I'm trying to find my comment because I posted a comment. I want to see if something happened to it at all. I'm not seeing it. Whatever. But,
Beto O'Rourke. In fact, he flat out changed his answer when asked about it. He used to say no, now he says he isn't ruling it out. Quote, not ruling it out. So, listen, Beto O'Rourke is a guy who I absolutely 100% positively supported over Ted Cruz. You go back and you watch the segments.
because he would have been great for Texas, for sure.
But I must admit, there were some things I was ignorant about when it came to Beto O'Rourke. I have since learned more. And what I see, I don't like. Now,
And I don't like either.
if Beto O'Rourke runs and he runs as advertised, okay.
And before we continue on, what I'm going to do is what I normally do. Go point by point with, how I do, like, responses to stuff. So we'll just go through O'Rourke's record as it goes through, as we listen to this, as I
Fair
load my
enough.
stuff.
But what I'm going to object to is if he makes a fraudulent argument. And that fraudulent argument is, and I'll explain it in detail in a second, so hold your fire here, but if he argues, like, no, I'm the lefty in here, I'm the progressive, I'm the one, like, there's already people running who are way to the left of him, but he might go out there and really try to present himself as, no, like, I'm the guy who's on the left, and I'm the guy who's the best representative of the left, and therefore I'm the guy who's best positioned to take on Trump. Now, there were some concerning things already. I remember it was a big story how Beto said in one of the debates to Ted Cruz, listen, man, there's a reason why the president calls you Lion Ted, and there's a reason why it resonates. And
there's a reason why he should have kept with that rhetoric, because Kyle's going to explain it here in a sec. He, I think later in the same debate, apologized to Cruz. It's like, I'm sorry, I should have used more appropriate rhetoric and should have been more civil. It's like, Beto, this isn't... hold on. Ooh, got a little shiver. Beto, this isn't how you, like, win over, like, audience... this isn't how you win over people to vote for you. How you do it is like, yeah, I said you're a lying Ted. I agree with Trump when he says that you're lying, Ted, because you're a fucking liar. So, what are you gonna do about it, you little bitch? Like, look at you. Look, when you look at these pictures of you cucking up to the orange man in chief. Look at you, you scrawny little bitch. Wow. You said you were against Trump that entire time, even when you mathematically lost. And then later, you turn around and suckle up to him like a little whimpering pup, begging for life. Wow, what an abysmal failure of a senator you are, Ted. Lying Ted, everybody. You should have kept going with that. I bet you probably would have won just with that alone. Just called him out. Just outright. No, savagely. No shame, nothing. He's progressive, not socialist, just progressive. Well, I'm good they're not using socialist, because if people, at least in this current state of politics, are advocating for socialism, they're not socialist. Really. Like, even the DSA isn't even socialist, and the Democratic Socialists of America. Like, they put, like, the actual definition of democratic socialism and just, like, water it down to social democracy, basically. And, I'd rather people be using progressive, to be honest, because that isn't inherently socialist, though there are probably ideas within progressivism that's kind of socialist in nature, but it doesn't mean that that ideology is. And that doesn't mean that it is socialist at all. So, like, it could have ideas within it, but It's not. Then you got Trump, a nationalist. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of people who probably would consider themselves patriots who or people who consider themselves nationalists who misuse the term patriot, which is kind of a scary little mishmash of terms because, you know, and patriot to me isn't someone who's a supremacist for that nation. It's more of somebody who is like actually wants to make their country better for all people of that country for themselves, and to also make it prosperous for all people, all citizenry of that country and stuff. Doesn't necessarily inherently mean that we're going to be supremacists over other nations. Nationalism is we are objectively better than all nations, and we're going to be a nation above nations, and we are the superior nation. That's pretty much what a nationalist is. So there's a big difference in that. One doesn't inherently involve a nationalistic zeal of taking over everything for because you're superior to it, essentially, or at least just this zeal of, hey, I'm the superior force, so fuck off, basically. I mean, patriotism is to me, it's more like I want to make this country better for with everyone under the same boat as me as a citizen of this country, and I want to make the country great, actually, because I consider myself a patriot, but not a nationalist. Like, consider myself an anti-nationalist, if anything, but a patriot I would consider myself, because a patriot knows when to dissent against the government when it's against them, when it is tyrannical domestically and foreignly. And it is. Our government is. So I think people who are actual patriots are the ones actually fucking protesting against this country right now. Rightfully. But anyway, that's just going off that point about Beto just not being a strong arm. He's not being a Trump. He's not being the left's Trump. And to be honest, we do need someone with that type of character. We need the character of a Trump on the left. Not necessarily his ideas or anything. Fuck no. But at least that personality of no fucks given. I'm going to throw shade at you no matter what because fuck you. And don't get in my way or else you're done. You are done. Like, we need someone like that. And Trump's like that. And no one without that type of mentality, or at least is willing to suck up to do that mentality, is going to win against him. Unless they throw shade back. Unless they do the same shit that he does. Because that's what appeals to people. Like, I remember Tim Pool on DP earlier. He said something that was actually a good point. He didn't say it specifically, but he quotes someone else. He basically said that Hillary is showing what's wrong with the American government, and Trump's showing what's wrong with American culture. And that's why Trump won, because we don't want to continue what's wrong with the government, but our culturally, we're fucked anyway. So, I mean, what's wrong with our culture is obviously going to go with itself. Culture's going to, negate the culture. So, I'll point towards that. I mean, it makes sense that it does kind of make sense with how Trump won in that sense. If given that type of, it's very vague and honestly very simple-minded view of the scenario and the whole election, but it is one factor of many that I can see how it plays out role, and how, yeah, Trump shows a problem with the culture, and Hillary showed the problems with the government, but both of them show that. It's just that one of them's good at hiding it because he has all this shit, to espouse culturally and socially that everyone gets pissed off or loves, which continues that divide. But anyway, let's go back to Beto O'Rourke here. See what he's got to say. And now we got Republicans and Democrats, liberals, nationalists, patriots, independents, communists, green, and more. What good are all labels helping anymore? They're not. Like, at this point, we need to, either have no parties at all and we just all have different ideas, or we have, 20 parties, and all of them are uniquely different. Like, all this labeling bullshit isn't going to go anywhere especially when we have a two-party system. And, and also, with all these labelings, it just divides us more. Because people on the right are going to label everything as communist and socialistic and whatever the fuck, or liberal, while all the people on the left are going to claim everything on the right is nationalist, Nazi, white supremacist, and racist, and sexist, and all this shit. It's like, instead of just putting labels on bullshit, how about you look at the ideology and the principles and their views and judge them off that? Like, if their views are like, hey, fuck black people, they're racist. Okay, call them that. If they're like, hey, you know, our country is better than all other countries, and we will ensure our superiority amongst other nations. You're a nationalist, so okay, we can call you that. If you're like, hey, you know, we need to seize the means of production and end capitalism. Hey, you're a socialist, or hey, you're a communist, or whatever. It's like, or I mean, like, or if you are a communist, it's more like, hey, I want a stateless and classless society and want to seize the means for everybody. It's like, hey, then you're a communist and shit. It's like, I mean, actually, like, if people are going to label, they actually need to, like, look at what the fuck the label means and actually look at people's philosophies and go and actually base it off that. That's why I call myself a democratic socialist in a lot of different ways, or in the most instances, because the closest to my ideologies aligns more closely with that. But at the same time, I can also call myself progressive. I could call myself just like like a like a leftist social democrat, where I'm like far left on the social democratic scale, I guess. I mean, you can put me in a different fucking multiple different labels, and it can all mean like the same vague shit. Like labels in the end don't mean dick. Like it's actual policies and the principles and the ideologies of what people are espousing that actually matter. Like if you wonder why shit never gets done, it's because look at all the fucking labels that people could put place and everything on. That's the main problem. But anyway, that does digress from O'Rourke though, but definitely plays a major point, especially with how you need to throw shade and shit. Like instead, like a part of it, you know, throwing shade is like, oh yeah, you got to label them a little bit. But if they're like, you know, you can easily throw shade on looks and shit, like, or just on their personality or their character as well. So I mean, we just need someone like that on the left who's not afraid to throw shade, doesn't give a fuck about labels, actually cares about policy, and isn't gonna let anyone get in their fucking way. They're gonna be like, nah, get the fuck out of my way. If you even remotely try to even make the slightest cute little insufferable, pathetic little attempt to even, you know, refute me, I'm gonna smash you like a little rat. Like that's what we need, and we ain't gonna get that. Even with Bernie, as much as I like that guy, like I mean, he's not that hard, you know. He ain't that savage. He's savage, but he ain't that savage. So I mean, you know, even with him, it's like, shit. Like there's not like the closest I've ever seen was Tulsi Gabbard, who sent a tweet. It's like, hey, at real Donald Trump, Saudi Arabia is not being Saudi Arabia's bitch isn't America, making America first. Basically calling Trump Saudi Arabia's bitch. Tulsi Gabbard's saying that shit. That's why I like her so much, because she's actually kind of understanding it a little bit. Richard Ojeda, that guy kind of gets it a little bit. Ocasio-Cortez, as much as, you know, she has, you know, like, little, like, you know, like, as much as, you know, she probably has a lot of things to learn still, despite, you know, a lot of different good things about her. I mean, it's just like, you know, they kind of get it, but that's not enough. It really ain't enough. We need, like, everyone like that for us to actually do anything. Like, we need more people like that, not more Beto O'Rourke's or basically a white Obama, which we will get into more later, which is why, you know, he kind of is. But anyway.
Afterwards, he backed away from that and apologized for it. So I don't know.
Back to that
I may
first
not have
point,
used
which
the right
digressed
words.
into all
Perhaps
that.
that was a little too strong. Now, when I see that, I go, oh my goodness. That is profound weakness. No, you don't. I mean, one of the things that people loved about Trump is that he would never back down. Beto looks like he's poised to do the opposite of that. Where I think that he would honestly be beloved by many Democratic voters, but he's like Bill Clinton and he's like Obama in terms of his demeanor, in terms of his, I call him, there's a certain category of politician, I call them the smooth talkers. And that's what Beto is, he's a smooth talker. Now some people like that style because they think, oh, he seems so calm and measured and with it. But I'm always skeptical of those people because it always looks like they're putting on an act. when Beto's in front of a microphone and he's talking, it's not the same guy where if he wasn't in politics and you were talking to him at a barbecue somewhere, he wouldn't talk that same way. He wouldn't be given that politician stump speech with that same politician rhythm and that same politician cadence. So I think a lot...
When is the gun time that one man presidency is not enough? What do you mean? Like, we should, like, have a, more, like, our government be more, influenced by Congress or, like, a council instead? Because, I would agree that we shouldn't necessarily have a presidency, but a council. Like, I think that we need to have multiple leaders working together on, and cooperating with different ideas to make it one whole idea for the whole nation. Like, that's generally how... I mean, yeah, there's usually, like, one leader for, like, every nation. And I think, we should have, like, the head of council member, like, who's the head, who is voted upon, like, I would say, by Congress or whatever. But, like, I don't know. Like, I can see an expansion into the executive branch where they do like a council where we vote for obviously those members, and then the Congress can vote for whoever that head is, like whoever the head may be, or we can vote for that as well. I think it'll probably be better if we did, if the people were able to vote for the head council, like, and whoever gets like the most votes, like the number one on the council, I guess. I'm not too sure how that system could work, would totally be laid out, but it definitely could work. It's just, a restructuring in the executive branch. That's all it really is. It's just restructuring it to have multiple leaders instead of one. Which, in a way, could potentially be a good thing, but also very bad as well. So that could continue this bipartisanship that we see between the Democrats and the Republicans, continue the endless wars, the endless corruption, shit like that. But at the same time, it could also prove democratically and better because we could potentially have third parties in there. We could have multiple leaders with just different ideas. Like, some of them are really good with foreign policy. Some of them are great domestic policy-wise. Some of them are good on economic issues. Some are good at social issues. Like, we could have, like, a little blend of all sorts of different heads coming together. Ready. It's ready? Sweet. Yeah. Now I'll grab some in a bit. Perhaps we need a committee or a real VP, not a lapdog. Yeah. Oh. Or yeah, like instead of having like a VP, like it's just like the second council head. Like, in case something happens to the head council, they're the second in command essentially. But I can see that. Like, every council head will have like, their pick as their like backup, and then there'll be like the next 5 or the next 6 or the next 8 or something like that. Like a committee of 10 or 8 or something like that, or 6. Where they all collaborate and cooperate together on working. Kind of like Switzerland. Switzerland doesn't have an actual like president or a prime minister, as far as I know. They have a straight up council, and I know that for sure. They definitely have a council because they're the closest towards a direct democracy, and part of that is not having like a prime minister or like a president. It's having a councilship where it's like a committee of multiple leaders, like, of different areas coming together and collaborating on different ideas. So I can definitely see that, like, not necessarily different areas, but just, different ideologies and different, well, I guess areas in the political spectrum. But, I mean, I could be wrong. Let me just check that. Let's see what Switzerland's all about. Where's Google? Here it is.
Oh, I know before you written it in.
Switzerland government. It's the closest state in the world to have direct democracy, where citizens may challenge any law voted by the Federal Assembly. Switzerland's executive, judicial, and legislative institutions are organized on federal, cantonal, and communal levels. Okay. So that just supports what I just said, but that doesn't help me know if they have a prime minister or presidency or not. Yeah, okay. Well, bunch of notifications, okay. Semi-direct democracy federal republic. So that's what Switzerland is. It's a semi-democratic direct democracy with federal republic. The federal legislative power is vested in two chambers: the Federal Assembly, the National Council, and the Council of States. The Federal Council holds the executive power. So yes, it is a council. So Switzerland does not have a prime minister or a president. They actually do have a council. So it works. It can work. It is possible. Another thought would be to have committees of multiple parties, or even President VP as two different parties. Well, funny enough, John Kasich is thinking on that with Mr. John Hickenlooper, the cereal brand. So, while that's actually a terrible idea, considering you basically have the most left Republican and the most right Democrat coming together in the most centrist way possible, it's just like, oh God. I think they're going to try to run in as an independent, depending on how things go, which is like, oh my Lord, that just sounds terrible. But yeah, so Switzerland doesn't have any of that, which actually, you know, like, I have to give it to Switzerland. Like there's a reason why you don't hear much or like any craziness out of there. I mean, you hear about like Swiss banks and stuff and all that, but you know, doing a lot of things related to foreign relations. Actually, let's look at that. It's avoided alliances that might entail military, political, or direct economic action. In June 2001, Swiss voters approved new legislation providing the deployment of armed Swiss troops for international peacekeeping missions under UN or Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, auspices, as well as international cooperation and military training. The Swiss have broadened the scope of activities in which they feel able to participate without compromising their neutrality. So basically, they kind of opened up recently, as of 2001, in June, so before 9/11, and they were basically like, well, as long as it's for peacekeeping purposes and for like security of those purposes, basically, and military training, they feel like that doesn't compromise neutrality, so they're opened up to that, which is all right, you know. I'm not inherently really against that. They're not like literally cooperating in any military interventions. They've been kind of against it. I think the world and country has changed, and it's time to revisit things. Oh, definitely. Why do you think I have like the views that I do? Because I'm seeing that, you know, in order for, you know, for us to continue, we need to adapt to a totally new system. I might unexpectedly get my wish. Ooh, I do? What do you mean? What do you mean there, Stefan, my boy? Old ways worked in old times, but things are different. As much change is not going for terror parties likings. It may be needed. Definitely. I don't think it may be. I think it needs to happen. Like, we definitely need to change our economic system, especially for the climate. I mean, considering that literally, I think this entire year there wasn't a day where California wasn't on fire, which is insane. I mean, there's literally places where, like, they have literally no water, like in Cape Town and shit, like where there are gangs hoarding water and there are now criminal organizations selling water and stuff. Oregon unexpectedly took the first step to legalize psychedelic mushrooms. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. That is amazing. That's some good news. I'm surprised by that. That's great news. Wow. There's going to be a ballot measure in 2020. Oh, you hear that?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's good news. That is good news. I mean, because think about it. You can get psychedelic mushrooms in the Tillamook Forest that fall. Around this time, if you go to Tillamook Forest and if you know what to look for, you can find psychedelic mushrooms. So there's already a market here. It's literally, like, in some places naturally around here. So you're basically just like opening it up for people to collect and sell it. That's pretty much all you're doing instead of people just collecting it just to do it. So now you're like, there's actually like that's good news. And also, like, you know, with psychedelic mushrooms, unless you take like an absurdly high dosage, like, you're not gonna die from it. The worst that's ever gonna happen is you're gonna throw up and have a really insane trip, probably. And if you throw up, you're more likely not going to have a really big trip because it hasn't all been digested and processed. Maybe a little bit, but not a lot. So by that point, you're probably not going to feel anything but sick. But, I mean, if you have digested fully and you didn't puke, you're probably going to have an insane trip if you had a lot of it. Like,
You're good enough.
I know there's this YouTuber named Destiny. He literally took 10.5 grams of mushrooms
You don't need
once
the rest of them.
and had like an insane 6-hour trip. And it's like, holy shit. It's like, I'm never doing that,
Yes.
but I wouldn't mind doing shrooms, but never that much. Like, holy shit. Like, damn. That's pretty intense. You know, I'll be likely voting no on it, assuming I move back to Oregon.
You don't need all that.
Well, obviously you know what I'm voting on, how I'm voting on that, but I will be consistent. You know how I'll continue to pressure you. You know how I'm going to pressure you. I'm going. You just know how. You just know how I'm going to be. But that's good news, though. I have a high suspicion that Logan and Tyler are going to vote yes on that. Actually, I definitely know they're probably going to. I know, who else? I know Harley might if he ever votes, which I know he doesn't. But I know he would be for that. I think you're the only one in the group who'd probably vote no. So everyone is going to pressure you, dude. Man, you're going to be the outlier on this one. If you're going to, in 2020, if you're back here by that time, unless there's some scientific evidence I don't know about, then I don't think you'll be able to convince me. I do actually have some that I can find. After the stream, actually, you know what? Hold up. Let me find something real quick. I could probably find it right now. Let me try to find something really quick, and maybe we can do so. Hold on. Because I know Kyle, a while back, did something on mushrooms, did a segment that had some... Hold on, let me just look it up. Let me just make sure. Hold on. Okay, so there's one from... So he did a video from... Okay, wow, he has a lot of different ones. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago. Alright, I'm going to show 2 of these. Because one of them's from a year ago and the other one was from 2 years ago. But here's the first one. So, this one is, his headline is 65% of magic mushroom users, quote, almost fully recovered from depression. And the other one is, well, actually that's the same thing. So I can find another one here. And the other one is, benefits of psychedelics because nobody go. Okay, so these are pretty good ones. So let's see what he says here.
I wanted to give you guys the results of a small government study on psilocybin, which is, of course, magic mushrooms. 51 people who were really sick got to do a trial with the drug, and the results are superb. So the Atlantic reports here, 78% of the participants were less depressed than when they started, as rated by a clinician, and
So 78% of people who did the trial said that they were less depressed, just less depressed, simply. So so it has some. I don't want commentary on this one yet. Read the actual studies. But here's the quote. Here, let me just go to the Atlantic here, because he whenever he has articles, he'll share it. The life-changing magic of mushrooms. A single dose of magic mushrooms can make people with severe anxiety and depression better for months, according to a landmark pair of new studies. The doom hung like an anvil over her head. In 2012, a few years after Carol Vincent was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin lymphoma, she was waiting to see whether her cancer would progress enough to require chemotherapy or radiation. The disease had already done a number on her, inflating lymph nodes on her chin, collarbones, and groin. She later battled her symptoms while running her own marketing business. To top it all off, she was going through menopause. Oh my god. Life is just pointless stress, and then you die, she thought. All I'm doing is sitting here waiting for the shit to happen. One day in intersection, she mulled whether it would be so bad to get hit by a car. She realized her mental health was almost depleted as her physical state. That's when her 27-year-old son sent her a link to invitation from the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, seeking cancer patients to sign up to take psilocybin. the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, to alleviate their anxiety and depression. Starting to think about all the existence questions you want to ponder while your window is open to the universe, her son wrote. Vincent, who is 5'1", 61 years old, don't know why that's relevant, has never been a big drug user. She doesn't like taking aspirin, and the one time she used cocaine in her 20s, she fainted. Okay, she was taking other risks. She was flying. She was a skydiver for 10 years, and she figured there was a chance the experience might reboot her. She signed up, and after being screened, flew down to Baltimore from her home in British Columbia. The results of Vincent's mushroom trip and those of 79 other study subjects like her are now being made public, and they're very encouraging. A pair of randomized blind studies published Thursday in the Journal of Psychopharmacology provide the most robust evidence to date that a single dose of psilocybin can provide relief from anxiety and the gloom associated with cancer for at least 6 months. Roughly 40% of the people with cancer suffer from a mood disorder, which increases their risk of suicide and impairs treatment. Evidence they can be helped by antidepressants is weak. People are facing their own mortality and their own demise, said Roland Griffiths, professor at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine and the lead author of one of the studies. That is very special and quite poignant vulnerability that many people have in facing life-threatening illnesses. Two teams of researchers held, one led by Griffiths and the other by psychologist Stephen Ross in New York University Langone Medical Center, simultaneously ran the studies on participants who had life-threatening cancers as well as okay, psychiatric diagnosis of anxiety or depression. Further treatment sessions guides would bring the participants into a comfortable living room-like lab and equip them with an eye mask and headphones connected to a playlist of instrumental music. In New York, the guides held the participants' hands and told them to state their attention for the day. The guides okay, hold on, let me just describes her 6 hours as spectacularly gorgeous and beyond words. She saw a sea of green and purple shapes and then deep space emptiness with a monolithic presence, similar to the Borg collected from Star Trek. Whoa, that's pretty intense. At one point, a series of Egyptian ships and Russian dolls paraded before her. She laughed and wept. Something popped out of her in the mental kaleidoscope, a small, creamy, white animated crab. It's cancer, the crab, she thought later, referring to the zodiac sign. It could have been a big, horrifying monster crab that was about to tear me up and eat me, but it wasn't. It was comic relief. There was still humor in life, and there's still beauty in life. At Johns Hopkins study, half of the 51 participants were given low dose of psilocybin as control, followed by a high dose 5 weeks later. For the other half, the order their doses were reversed. The results were remarkable. 6 months later, 78% of the participants were less depressed than they started, as rated by the clinician. 83% were less anxious. Furthermore, 65% have almost fully recovered from depression and 57% from their anxiety after 6 months. By comparison, in the past studies, antidepressants have only helped about 40% of the cancer patients, performing about as well as placebo. At the 6-month follow-up, 2/3 of the participants rated the experience as one of the top 5 most meaningful of their lives. Wow. As attributed their improvements to positive changes in their attributes about their lives and their social relationships, their quality of life improved, so their feelings of life meaning and optimism, even though several of them would later die. People will say, I know I'm dying, I'm sad I'm dying, but it's okay, Griffith said. Things are going to be alright. Oh, still more. Holy shit. Okay. How much left is there? There's a lot. Oh my god, this just keeps going on. This literally just keeps going on and on and on. I don't know. This article is just going to continue to go through with this, so... Want me to keep going?
No, it's boring.
You're like, it's boring. But it does, like, prove the argument, though, that, mushrooms do provide a benefit to people, especially, obviously, to cancer patients, because that's what the study was, at least that's what they were studying specifically, because they knew a lot of them were going to die, so they thought this would be, a good way to see what mental health benefits could come from that, and it really obviously has shown. At least that the core of the article I got to, and it definitely shows. Oh, here's something else here. These studies add to the evidence that psilocybin might help people who struggle with different types of intractable mental health issues. Smaller studies have hinted that the drug's effectiveness in treating alcoholism, obsessive-compulsive disorder, treatment-resistant depression, and smoking. It's also been found to help change people's personalities, making them more open, meaning imaginative or broad-minded. The study has implications for terminally ill individuals considering physician-assisted suicide, a decision sometimes prompted by the kind of existential dread that psilocybin alleviates. However, psilocybin still in many years has become hold on. However, psilocybin is still many years from becoming a prescribed treatment for cancer-related dread. Though researchers can acquire psilocybin for studies, it's still illegal, adding an extra hurdle for drug development process, which is the main problem. Which Oregon, it looks like, with this ballot measure, if it's legalized, will be like the first state that can be open to research to expand onto this type of stuff openly. And just like, all right, now we're going to just openly have all this research and studies now to prove that mushrooms are, like improve more about, mushrooms than we already know now. So it's just like, I mean, I honestly just see nothing but positives with Oregon doing this. Current law is not based on evidence, impede research by onerous storage and security requirements, difficulty in obtaining funding, and near impossibility of actually obtaining restricted compounds without having them synthetically produced at great cost, wrote Columbia University psychiatrists Jeffrey Lieberman and Daniel Shalev in one of the psilocybin editorials. In a New York study about the curative potential of psilocybin published last year, Michael Pollan wrote, as the drug war subsides, scientists are eager to reconsider the therapeutic potential of these drugs. However, President-elect Donald Trump, well, at this point, Donald Trump's choice of Senator Jeff Sessions, a staunch hardliner on drugs, to lead the Justice Department, suggests the drug war might not be wrapping up as promptly as hoped. And, well, obviously he's fired, and someone else is going to be in there now, but it definitely, I mean, that's one of them. Here, let me go to the other one real quick, because I'm sure that one will have a, I'm sure that one will also have a, yep. Here we go. The other one also had a source to it by the alternate drugs. A psychedelic researcher, how drugs like LSD can change your life. We owe it ourselves to humanity, to the field, to pursue this kind of work, whether federal funding is there or not. Who did you say were behind the studies? Sometimes groups screw financing favorable. Oh, here, I could go back to it. It was I'm just finding it really quick. Hold on. Blinded studies published Thursday in the Journal of Psychopharmacology, which was one of them is from Roland Griffiths, a professor at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, and the lead author of one of the studies. So he's one of the lead authors. So one of them is a professor at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. I'm pretty sure that's a pretty concrete source. I mean, that guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. It should be legalized medically and it should increase research. One, I don't think it's enough known about how it works recreational use. Two, there have been reports of fatalities from high doses. Oh, well, hold on. Let me go to the other one here. Oh, here it is. Okay. So here's the other one by the alternate. We are currently experiencing a renaissance of psychedelic research, as Michael Pollan writes in a recent issue of The New Yorker. Hallucinogenic drugs like psilocybin can be used to treat a range of mental health disorders from anxiety and addiction to depression, and researchers at the nation's leading medical schools are intent on discovering their full therapeutic potential. Psilocybin is among the groups of drugs labeled classic psychedelics, which also includes LSD, mesylcane, and DMT, which has been designated as a Schedule I drug since Richard Nixon signed the Controlled Substances Act back in 1971. Thanks, Nixon, you piece of shit. This classification, which defines a drug which having high potential for abuse, no accepted medical use, and lack of accepted safety for use under medical supervision, has made psychedelics very difficult to study in a laboratory setting. But in the last few years, I've witnessed a flood of new research in the field, beginning with a landmark study by Roland Griffiths, this guy again, a psychopharmacologist at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. In his double-blind study, volunteers who were administered a dose of psilocybin under the close supervision of therapists reported having life-altering experiences and long-term improvements in personal well-being. a life satisfaction, and positive behavior change. 2/3 of the participants said the session was one of the most spiritually significant experiences of their lives. Griffith's work has inspired many other experiences, including an ongoing New York University study in which advanced cancer patients undergo a psilocybin therapy session to help them manage end-of-life anxiety. In a phone interview, I spoke with Peter Hendricks, a professor at the University of Alabama at Birmingham School of Public Health, about the exciting advances happening in the field. Just last month, Hendricks and his colleagues published a study in psychopharmacology about the associations between classic psychedelic use and the reduction of psychological distress and suicidality in the U.S. adult population. Hendricks shared his thoughts about the lack of scientific rationale for our drug laws and unique societal anxieties provoked by hallucinogens, and why a new world of psychedelic research is just beginning. Peter Hendricks, my background is in clinical psychology, focus on addiction for people who... As for why psychedelics, it's kind of an interesting story. When I was a postdoc back in 2006, I published my discussion of okay, there's not much going on there. Well, now it's not really going too much onto that. It's just a whole interview with the guys, but yeah, I mean, even though this was back in 2015, so 3 years later, you can imagine that the research has advanced exponentially. Which obviously we can see with that the one that we saw first, which was more sooner. There has been. The effects seem more like a medical drug than recreational one. They should regulate it with prescription. Number 3, exactly. Also, shout out to Jeff Cornflakes. But yeah, I mean, overall, it seems like it is a positive. So, I mean, we need to definitely... I mean, I don't see what would be the issue with it being recreationally also, because some people...
Basically, when say, "Oh, try this mushroom," all of a sudden they just freak out.
If it's a tax and regulated, the key point of regulated, you would only have a certain dosage sold to you. I mean, you wouldn't be able to
like Brandon actually going to get marijuana next, and that's running to the curb. So you know.
Well, I mean, he was also schizophrenic, so he probably shouldn't have been doing that in the first place. I mean, but we didn't know at the time.
How do you regulate it?
Well, I mean, well, I don't know specifically. I mean, we could definitely... I mean, you're walking away, so we can't go into it, but... Yeah, he kept his word, no safety for Mueller. Same issue of prescription drugs being used recreationally. Yeah, I mean, I think Oregon still needs to vote yes on it, though, because that would definitely expand into the research and actually be the stepping stone into more research on not only just mushrooms, but psychedelics, too. I mean, and I think that'll at least help with the other states start doing what like we're doing with marijuana. Like every other state that starts legalizing it would be able to make a better law as time goes forward. Because every recreational marijuana bill that's been through every state, it's a little different every time. So I mean, I can imagine this being the same thing. Technically speaking, Adderall is probably safe, but it's supposed to be used to treat specific conditions. People use recreational effects. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm not against individual freedoms of just if you want to use Adderall and it fucks you up, then I'm not gonna stop you necessarily, because it's just there's because it's not harming me. I mean, if you do it, then you're harming yourself. So it's just that's why we need to... I'm not really on the effects. Well, I just shared a lot of I shared 2 different articles about the research into not just psilocybin, but psychedelics as well. So, knowing the effects of mushrooms, obviously it shows that it's able to relieve depression, it's able to relieve anxieties, different types of anxieties, and well, obviously we know a lot more about weed because there's a lot of different states legalizing it now. I mean, but it's the key stepping stone into these other drugs as well. I mean, we'll be able to start researching other drugs and start legalizing those as well. Because a lot of the problem with the drug war is the prohibition part of it, which just increases the black market and the whole gang problem. And instead of solving it with guns, I'd rather have it legal and just be solved in courts if there's issues. Like, that's a lot more safer than having gangs shoot each other out in the streets like we already have with the drug war going on. I see your point there. I mean, I guess what I'm more advocating for is the decriminalization, because that's the main problem with the whole drug war is the criminalization and prohibition of it. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say that you should get like cocaine or meth or heroin just at like your local fucking Walgreens or something. But like, if prescribed, you need it, then yeah, sure, like for whatever reason, because for a lot of different reasons, those drugs are probably better than the prescription drugs themselves. Like, I mean, mushrooms have obviously, and marijuana too, have been proven to be way better than depressant prescription drugs. So, I mean, a lot of the main reason to this drug war is just that the pharmaceutical companies continue to lobby the DEA and the and politicians to continue to have all these drugs illegal instead of decriminalizing them and medically or recreationally legalizing them. Like, I mean, we're not necessarily in disagreement. We just have our main disagreement is just how we want to go about legalizing it. Essentially, there would need to be a lot more research before we support recreational legalization. Yeah, well, I mean, I see your point there, I guess, but I guess my main argument is the individual, like, just libertarian argument. I guess it's just like it's not harming me, so I don't care that you're doing it, type of thing. Like the fucking people on Wall Street are doing cocaine, so why can't the average Joe do cocaine? That's like, like it's criminalized, but those motherfuckers are doing all the drugs in the world. But, like but a lot of people still get arrested for a little gram of weed in their pocket, which is fucked up. That's kind of another part of my main argument. I guess we're not necessarily just disagreeing, just like, I guess just the way we go about it. Like, you're kind of more incrementalist, while I'm more, we can do all of it at once type of thing. Which, I think we can, but, I'm willing to compromise on your issue as well. On like, well, if it's a medical bill, then I'll still support it. Because even for myself, I could probably qualify for a medical psilocybin prescription, for a dose. Because I can make an argument for depression, because marijuana does help, but it's not like something that, it can alleviate like actual, depression symptoms and shit like that. Like, I mean, when I did acid for that first time, it wasn't a lot, of course, and I'm not going to take a lot of it, of course. I'm not that insane. Like, I know that there's a limit to taking these things. Like, if I ever take psilocybin or whatever, I'm going to take, a very low amount. And if I'm not feeling anything, then I'll take another low amount until I feel something or whatever. Like, I'm not going to just go like, oh, I'm having a whole eighth to myself or whatever. Like, oh, God, that's insane. But, it's about moderation for the most part. And, I'll have to also find some research and studies by Carl Hart as well, because when it comes to drugs, he's a good source when it comes to about drug users as well, because he had this study, I could probably try to find it really quick. Let me try to find it. What are you doing?
Give him a fuck the finger.
Okay. I love how today is the drug day, where we talk about drugs. There we go. Well, this is actually his page where he works at Columbia University. So, but he shows a few publications. It's just a selected, so it's only a select few. Okay, well, at least it shows me his page, but that doesn't help me. Oh, God, Brandon, stop texting your girl right now. I'm not in the mood to see this shit. A lot of these are like, here's about Dr. Carl Hart. A lot of them are just talking about him, all these articles. They're just talking about what he researches in. Maybe this one might say something.
Ah!
Ah! Oh no!
Dark
We're
hole.
falling! This one isn't the thing I'm looking for. Huh. This goes into something about one of his students or something. It's really short. Usage of weed and lung ailments. Yeah, and the worse there is really lung irritation and about agrees to Stefan's drug debate. I don't think we necessarily disagree. I just think that on certain specifics on the whole issue entirely, we just have different points of view. But overall, I don't think we necessarily disagree, so I don't think we're really disagreeing on anything but specifics. Like where we come from as to why. I mean, are you more worried about languages? Couldn't you do edibles instead? Yeah, I mean, there's other ways to get THC and cannabis as well in you besides smoking. So, I mean, yeah, you don't really have to really worry about that as well. If that's a main issue to people. Which I can see why. I can understand it. People don't like to smoke, so they rather take it in different forms. That's, you know, go right ahead, and I don't care. But, yeah. I don't know. I mean, overall, I think we haven't like disagreed on anything. It's just, you know, again, like specifics. Like, I am more leaning towards recreational legalization, while you're more leaning towards medical, and with further research, recreational, if need be, I guess. So I mean, that's one main difference on a specific, and I know another specific is that I'm more open to essentially doing this with all drugs, while you're probably more aligned towards certain ones continuing to be prohibited, but which is another specific. But I think other than maybe those two, and if pretty sure we do disagree for one, I understand you want to legalize most drugs. I want to stop at weed and make drugs more accessible. I mean, one legalization doesn't want legalization, right? Well, I think the main thing is at least decriminalization, because that will help with the ending the drug war. Because a lot of the reason why the drug war is the criminalization of all these drugs, which is just what it's doing is there are people getting arrested for like a gram of weed in their pocket, or a little bit of coke in their pocket, or something like that, or they're dealing a little bit of meth or some shit, which is, at least in this current system, a problem. But if we eliminate the criminal market of it and decriminalize it and start doing research and regulating it and making it more safer, and we weeding out the actual like bad distilled like meth that's like with what like nail polish remover or some shit, and like diesel fuel, I hear about like all these weird crazy shit that they add into it to lace it with like shit that kills you and stuff, when like the actual pure form of it in very high doses will kill you, but in a low medical dose won't, like in a very low like personal dose won't, like, because we do that prescribed. So like we just like so I mean, I don't necessarily think we disagree on that, like, I mean, on that issue, at least so far. There will always be a black market, whether it's for booze or drugs or people. Well, is there a black market for booze right now? Like, because as far as I know, I don't think there really is anymore. If there is, it's like almost nothing compared to what it was on Prohibition. I think dealers, not weed dealers, obviously should get users. Want to get mandatory rehab, pay for state after completion, record wipes, or two.
I'm coming.
Black market. Well, it's not really a black market. It's just literally asking someone who can legally get it and buying it for them. I mean, bitch. I mean, it's not necessarily a black market. You're just using someone who can legally get it to get it for you, which I guess, I mean, technically is a form of a black market, but I don't really see that as a black market. You're just using someone else's ability to legally get it for you, which of course if you're caught is illegal, but because I mean the consumption of alcohol is legally is 21, so anyone under 21 is obviously going to get busted for that shit, which I kind of think is ridiculous to go to prison and get fined for. I think they should go have probation and maybe community service, but that's about as much as they should get. Like, I mean, it's kind of dumb they will like have jail time, have a little bit of jail time, or like a huge fucking fine for that. It's kind of dumb. A black market for booze can't exist because it's legal to brew your own. It's usually probation, at least in Montana.
Oh.
Yeah, like I mean, at least when it comes to the punishments for drug use or whatever, like my main thing is like it should be towards rehabilitation, not towards actual punishment. Like, because if you're just gonna literally put someone in a cell and then release them as a punishment for like 3 months because they illegally drank beer. God for frickin' forbid, like anyone else does. It's just like, you know, that doesn't really do anything besides just, you know, make them more hardened, essentially. Going to prison over it. Well, I mean, you can replace it with. I mean, you can make it hypothetical with not just brew, but you know, with like weed or anything else, essentially. I mean, like if they're caught, like instead of like, you know, in Montana, for example, since I know it's not recreationally legal there yet, if they're caught with a bunch of marijuana and don't have medical cards, obviously they're all going to probably get arrested for a short time, have probation, and have a misdemeanor or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 days.
That's what I'm saying. Eustace had.
Huh?
So the record's white.
So if you get arrested in Montana, 2
Oh.
days.
Oh. Probably a little different now since, I mean,
Oh, yeah, probably not.
back then, yeah.
Now they just want a bunch of money, probably.
What about moonshine down south in their back hill still? Well, you can legally
Back
brew
in the
your own,
day,
so.
it was 2 days.
I mean, you can technically do moonshine of a coolers. You can do moonshine of already beer you can buy. Like, I mean, you know, and you can still do it legally. Like, I mean, no idea. It's legal to brew in Montana, Oregon, IDK, but the laws are and stuff. I know some places it might be more regulated, but for the most part, it should be legal to just brew your own. As long, I think some places you have to have a license, but I think for the most part, I think you legally can. I think you just have to have a license. I think that's the only requirement. If I think that is actually a requirement.
Whole crap's ridiculous. They just make it legal everywhere. I've only been waiting since like the 70s.
Well, it was until 1936, I think. No license, you need a license to sell it. Oh. Okay.
Since the 70s, get pot legalized.
Well, yeah. I mean, it got criminalized in 1936. It used to not be illegal. It was mainly paper companies and lumber companies that were against it because you could do so much with hemp.
Yeah, it's a big government cover-up.
That it was legal to give it away. Safer drinkers.
Conspiracy, whatever.
Well, it's pretty blatant. I mean, it's written right in the law. I mean, it was a whole movement.
Yeah, since they pretty much don't smoke anymore, they made it legal. What the hell?
Yeah, at least in Colorado for getting that ball rolling. So if you don't drink it all, you're okay. Well, as long as you don't sell it, you can distribute it. As long as you're not selling it, like you can give it away to people, or have donations, or something like that. Like you can privately, I'm sure you can easily privately sell amongst your friends or family or whatever. Like, hey, homie, I got this moonshine I just brewed up. You want to buy a couple pints of it for like $50? They'll give you like 10 jars, 10 big jars of it or something like that. Like, you know, hook a friend up. Go to family and be like, hey, here's some moonshine or something like that. I don't know. Like, you just can't, like, go to, like, an actual shop and be like, hey, I want to sell my moonshine to you so you can sell it. It's like, you need a license for that. Some parts of the South still haven't gotten over their Civil War loss. Yeah, way behind. Yeah. Technically, that would be illegal, but you're not likely to get caught. Well, you're not really at all. Like, I mean, it's not that hard to distribute that way. It's privately. I mean, amongst friends and family. I mean, for the most part, you could you could just say you're giving it away, and your friends are giving you money for a payback loan from earlier or something like that. If you're caught for any reason, it's fun. Did you try that beer egg? Oh yeah, cook your eggs with beer. Because I know you cook stuff with beer. Because I know a couple streams back we were mentioning something about that. Good stretch.
Beer and eggs.
Yeah, because Stefan cooks stuff with beer instead of like butter or olive oil, unless required. Because you can cook with beer.
Really?
I don't have any eggs or beer. Lol. Damn. Oh.
Well, we got plenty of eggs. You help supply the beer.
Oh well, I have one bottle. I mean, it would be like a cider beer, but it will work. It'd be really interesting taste.
Yeah, I'm through cooking for tonight.
Yeah. If you weren't cooking, I would have made my stew and combined all that stew together, but I didn't know you were cooking. Should have consulted me. I would have. So I guess I'll do that tomorrow. Oh, if I do it tomorrow, and we still have that pan in there, we're just gonna have to gobble that up for like tomorrow, and then empty that out, or at least have it condensed into a smaller thing eventually by how much we eat of it. Which I'll eat a good amount of it for sure, and condense it in a smaller container. Then obviously we'll have that big pot, and I can probably combine that other stew in there, and then have maybe a smaller container of some extra on the side, just in case it starts overflowing, which I probably might. But I'll make it more chunkier instead of liquider, so it'll be more like a chunky stew instead of just this watered down nonsense like the last stew. The first time was a pretty nice balance, but not enough meat. The second time, it was just way too watery. This time, I'm going to make it chunky. I think that'll be good. Get some chunking now. Or did you check out my Tim joke? No, my fridge consists of eggnog and expired milk. You still have that expired milk in there? Oh my god. Though chicken and beer would be good right now. Right about now. That does sound pretty good, and I know Logan did hit me up earlier, so I think I'll hit him up and be like, hey, you want to go play pool or something? Oh, but before I do, I want to, I need to find, I need to, get with you, Stefan, and talk about computer specs, because I have enough money to go get a desktop now, and I want to, begin ordering it, and then whatever money I have left, I'm just going to put right back in savings. So, it's not my milk, though I'm getting rid of it on December. Please, you should just get rid of it now. Like, what? It's, what, the 30th or something? The 29th. Close enough, dude. It's close enough. It's close enough. Just do it. Just do it. Please. That's just insane. That's absurd. That's absurd. Why does your friend have expired milk? Well, let's have a ceremony. Yeah, Stefan, please record it and send it to me, and I'll upload it as a ceremony. We'll do a ceremony. What specs are you looking at? Something that's good, definitely good for at least some gaming for sure. So I'll have to look at to be honest, I know Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to come out on PC, so I'm going to look at the minimum requirement specs and just go off those. Because I want to make sure I can at least play that game a little bit. What's your budget? 250 is the maximum. But if it's a little bit over, I will be willing to compromise on that. But that's kind of where I'm looking at. And at least on eBay, I've noticed a lot of computers with decent specs, from what I can at least tell, range around there. So I can definitely that game. Sorry that I like that game. It's amazing. Play it and you'll understand. But
Oh, my back.
But I've definitely noticed that there are at least like gaming oriented PCs that are like around that. At least on eBay from what I've looked at. But I want to make sure I at least find the right one, just so I'm not gypped. You know what I mean? So I'm also gonna look elsewhere, not just eBay, because I want to make
On
sure.
eBay, you do not go by reviews also to see what people
You probably
thought
need
of it.
either a dedicated graphics card or 2,400 gig to run Red Dead. Oh my god, is it really that huge? It's that huge. Holy shit. It's a huge game. Wow. Wow. I'm gonna need like a memory card, or I'm gonna need like a memory drive for that shit. Yeah. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna have to dedicate myself to a console for that one then, I guess. Oh. It's a model number. Oh, okay. It's processor. Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I think I've seen some with that are around that. So now that I realize processor. Hi, Husky. Well, hello, Carl. Stony Lowsome is in the house. Indeed, he is. We're talking about computers now because I have money to get a desktop. So we're doing a quick little counseling here on that. So yeah, but all right, 2,400G. All right, well, that's good. I should probably write this down really quick, just at least to look at some ideas. I know there's a pen over there somewhere. I know we have sticky notes around here. Yeah, you got sticky notes right there. Here's a pen. Yep, perfect. There's stuff written on that one.
Oh, Carefree Fun. Cam's Free Fun.
Okay, let's go back in here. I know one thing was an i7. I know that much. For like a core or OS. i7. 2400. I'm gonna need a lot of memory. I know that for sure. So
You need to test how to build you one.
Well, yeah, I mean on eBay, with these little computers I've been finding for kind of cheap, some of them are custom builds too. You can actually like get the specs you want, like however much you like, how advanced you want it, or how powerful or whatever, and it'll go up in price, of course. But depending on what y'all customize it up to, you can get it from either 150 to 250, something like that. So. They're kind of noticing they're kind of surprisingly cheap, which is
Yeah, usually back.
It used to
Well,
be up
that's
to like, well, I mean,
$1,000.
if you want to like get a real good professional gaming computer, it's like 1,500 to 2,000. Like they're still expensive, but if you were just getting like some just for whatever, then
Right.
it's not going to be that big. My first one, I'm like a big. Then my next vice president, me, lol. Did you fart yourself again, Malloy? He did indeed. And I did indeed give him a present. How's the day, Husky? Yeah, pretty. It was all right. Got my check, put it all in the bank, and now I'm going to probably get a desktop at that. Because after that, all I really need is just monitors and I think a keyboard. But I think we have a keyboard somewhere around here, so that won't be hard to find. And for a mouse, I already have one, so that's already solved. And I just need one or two monitors. One, at least for sure, for my desktop, and then there'll be my TV, and then I'll probably have a third one as well on top of that, just in case. Well, I'm gonna want multiple screens anyway eventually, but what'd you do today? I went to my work, got my check, went to the bank, came back home. That's basically it. That's basically it for today. And I did this, and I cleaned up the forest that was the forest floor that was our floor. Like, man, like the leaves were piling up majorly, and it was like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. So I slept. Tomorrow I'm gonna mop because that's needed. That's next. Carl sent me a picture of someone was young, bald. Oops. Jill's bitch, huh? Yeah, I was in 5th grade, and it wasn't in Texas. It was this Texas flag shirt that my mom made me wear, and she wanted me to be bald, and for some reason, I don't know why. And she gave. It was just ridiculous, dude. Like that was just the core of like my 5th grade year. Bald / buzz cutted, with just like these little cowboy boots and looking like some like conservative like wet dream of a child or some shit. It was like terrifying. It was awful. Terrible. Probably checked out that picture and got greasy oily load. Oh god, don't even no. Don't need to know about that. Anyway, Stefan, with the computer thing here, it's processing. Probably need a dedicated graphics card. So, what graphics card would you recommend? Because I know that's the Stefan. When did you live in Texas? What part again? I didn't live in Texas. I visited there twice, but my mom wanted me to be like, you know, like, I want the influence of my family from Texas to be upon you. So she gave me like these cowboy boots and this Texas t-shirt, this Texas flag t-shirt, and it was just ridiculous. And she decided to make me bald for some reason. Instead of like this bowl cut that I used to have, she did that. And then she kind of instantly regretted it and eventually grew back to a bowl cut over the summer. It was just ridiculous. It was awful. It was really awful. Let me just tell you. Like, why do you think I have such long hair? Because I vividly hate all that. I hate that past. So, Stefan, I know you're probably going to want me to have a Linux or Linux. I got a picture. Quit derailing. Me and Stefan have business to attend to. Hi, Stefan. Carl says hello. 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 Is there anybody in there? Rip City Bass Works. Gotta get that bass now. Gotta get that bass. Get that bass. He evidently either disappeared or is doing research. Probably both. Well, obviously, I guess the latter will confirm the former. RX 580. So pretty much any of those. GTX 150. Okay, I'm writing this down. Hold on. GTX 150 or 1050. My bad. I'm just gonna write RX 580 / 70.
Nice hand, partner.
480 / 70 / 60. Even the GTX 130 might work. GTX 150 are high. All right. Alright. Cool. Any other information that may be useful? 416 higher. Well, I already wrote all that shit down, so it was a little too late for that. But, got some good stuff. So, I'll be looking in the woods. Oh, memory. I know that's going to have to be a huge amount, so I think I'm going to try to find something with like 1,000 or higher.
1 gigabyte.
Yeah, seriously. I'm not even kidding. And higher. I just had to restart the PlayStation. Damn, son. Nvidia GTX 750 or higher. Cool. Cleo, what are you doing? Cleo can't even hear me. Oh, you heard that. I mean Xbox One. Xbox One or PlayStation? Which one is it? Spreading fake news. Cross out this bullshit. It means nothing and space wasted. I'll state you're not in my good hands. You're just a corporate piece of stooges. gonna blacken these hands because that's cultural appropriation. Yeah. How dare you not make him black, cause that being racist. Alright. So at least for a memory core, I'm going to try to look for 1,000 or higher, but I'm pretty sure I might need a little more. But, that's a pretty large amount. But considering the games I'm considering on getting, I need it. Like, I know Rising Storm 2 Vietnam is a pretty big game. Red Dead Redemption 2 is, of course, a huge game. Like, the actual, like, games themselves on Xbox One and PS4, both of them are between, like, 90 to 100 gigs. And it's like, holy shit. I recommend SSD. Performance is way better. Okay. SSD. War Thunder. Oh yeah, I'd get War Thunder too. I have an account on it, so I just go right back on it. I have jets on my British. I just need jets on my Germans and my Soviets. More of the Soviets though. I like their planes. Planes are amazing. I haven't really done too much with the Japanese or the American aircraft. I have my bias towards European stuff. I like how I'm just like hovering behind this. For performance. Perfo. I have a joystick, foot pedals, and throttles for War Thunder. Nice. I need it. That actually reminds me. I definitely need to get a joystick and throttle for War Thunder, but that'll have to be later down the line, eventually. But at least right now, we're getting this part out of the way. So now at least got this information written down. The rest of my night we'll be looking into that, and then eventually, when I find the right one, I'll order it. Plus, I might be over my budget, but you know, I think it might be worth it. Foot pedals were like over $100. Holy shit. Damn, son. I might not go as far as getting foot pedals myself, but that's some dedication there, boy. In a way, I can respect that. But so far, so good. So I think, as far as I know, that should be all the information I need, right, Stefan? If not, tell me now, because I'm just going to leave it there. Let us chill. Because in the meantime, we can expand on some new stuff. Plus, I still need at least a memory drive, which I think I'll probably just... we already have some, so I think we'll... I'll see which one is available. Because I know my mom has a bunch of them from her old work. We'll see which one has just like junk or stuff in it, and then just factory reset it or something like that. Of course, you know, we'll make sure there's nothing important on there for mom. So, and after that, I'll just use that thing, and then I can transfer all the stuff in my laptop that's important off of that onto there, and then I can just factory reset my computer that way. So then my laptop can at least be running better itself, and then from there I can also just put stuff back on there that I feel necessary on there, and then I can also put stuff that I want on the desktop once it comes in on there. So it'll be a good little hub. Plus whatever I want in between everything, I can just put it in there. So it'll be a nice little setup and a little hub for myself. Good little starter hub, I would say. And surprisingly doing it on a fairly decent budget so far. Like, even for the desks, I haven't had to pay a thing. I don't think you will find one that can run Red Dead for $250. I'm not seeing anything with good enough graphics card. I could get one later down the line as well and install it on there too. So, because I know Red Dead ain't coming out for a while on PC, so that's not a main problem. I just know that whatever at least I can have for a core that's good, that can at least kind of get that way, and whatever I need to upgrade, I can just do that down the line and just build a custom PC that way. So that's not necessarily the main problem, but whatever has at least a good one to start with, that's fine. So that's not a main concern. But like later down the line, we could find one later that could potentially run it. But whatever we got right here is good. So I don't know if this is legit or not, but I found a laptop for 150 on eBay. I could run it. Interesting. Yeah, you could upgrade a graphics card. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I want to get a desktop, because while the laptop sounds promising, I don't want that because you can't upgrade it. Like a desktop, like because I already have one. So I mean, a desktop would be something I could upgrade down the line. So even if I don't have everything I need now, I can upgrade it. Maybe focus on the processor and other stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I would say we're focusing on here. I mean, we got enough. Like I got the GTX info, that RX info, and the processor. I mean, good graphics card costs 160 or less. That's not too bad actually. So later down the line, 2019, I can get an upgrade on that, and that could be an easy investment. Just wait, just save money for a week. That easy. So once that comes down the line, I can easily do that. So pretty good, pretty good. Good little thing we're coming along here. Things coming along, coming along. This is good progress. Not much is happening. We're just brainstorming right now, at least for the budget and everything. But it's coming along because once the trigger's pulled, good. It's good stuff coming along. That'll be like my own little present to myself. So it'll be nice. And after that, I don't really need to. All I have to do is just save money up, then. Save, because right now I'm definitely still low. So, my big goal is just have to save back up to 1,000. Because after that Iceland trip, that dropped me down a little bit. So, and plus I had to pay rent just recently, and I have to do it again. So it's not gonna be low, but it's gonna be like kind of stagnant right now. I'm just like, eh. I was like, eh, don't like that. But, you know, what can you do? Next year will be I mean, collectively, I've saved at least like a good 2,500. But, you know, when it comes to food, you know, stuff like that, plus that whole trip I did, and plus the some investments I've already made, I mean, it adds up, and now I'm back to where I started beginning this year, essentially. Which is like, well, I mean, I completed my goal, technically, on saving a lot of money, but, I mean, kind of all, like, went away pretty instantly. But, yeah, it's fine. When we do more podcasts or shows. That sucks. It's not too much. It's like, I think, if I remember, 250. All I have to do is it's pretty much just like a paycheck, so all I have to do is at least just have $40 and conserve that for food. And I can easily do that. It's not hard. You know, and plus, we all collectively use a food card, so for everyone here, so it's not like there's no food to be had. So,
You know, I should have tried to me.
so it's like, but it's not like, you know, I'm not without anything, you know what I mean? I found a really good deal, but it doesn't include a hard drive. You would have to learn how to install a drive in Flash, either Windows or Linux. Why don't you go ahead and link me it? And if needed, either Robert here or you or somebody I can figure out, or learn myself on like YouTube or something. I can figure out how to install a hard drive. Probably Linux, because I know you're saying that that's something I'd probably like a lot, and it resembles Windows 7. You said, so it's something I'm down for it. Plus, it doesn't come with all Windows bullshit. So hell yeah, I'm okay with that. So I think I'll do that. So. You know, I'll just figure it out. Shouldn't be that hard. I know it requires a flash drive, so you have to install it that way. It can resemble whatever you want it to. Lol. Oh, cool. All right. Hard drive install is easy. Sweet. All right. Well, that's good to know. So, all right. That's key. Smile face. But yeah. So, Carl, to your question earlier, because I kind of glanced it, like, when am I doing more shows and podcasts? Well, you're listening to when it's going to happen again. You're hearing the works of it beginning. Once that desktop happens, you can guarantee within a week of that happening, or less, or give or take, around a week after that, you can start seeing more stuff happening again. Because when I set it up, the first thing I'm doing is installing like OBS, Streamlabs, and then some different audio editing software, and getting Steam on there and all that, Discord and stuff like that. Like, I'm gonna get all the main stuff I need on there, and then yeah, it's all good. So that's like all I'm really gonna need it for is just that and Steam. I'm not really gonna use it for anything else besides YouTube and Google, and that's like literally it. I have to find a good good antivirus software, which I feel like at this point, is that even is it redundant to even get that nowadays? Ignores Furcast. Is that what I would call it? Still haven't even thought of an actual name for it. You don't need antivirus for Linux. Okay, good. So I don't even have to worry about that. So I won't. Cool. So, sweet. That sounds like something I would just need, because I'd prefer not to worry about it. Like, those pop-ups that ABG gives me on that other PC is so annoying. It's so damn annoying. Windows, it depends on how much you trust Windows Defender. So if you trust it, you're just like, oh, I'll trust it. You don't need anything necessarily, but if you don't, you can potentially disable it and use something else. All right, well, it's good to know, I guess, because I should probably just do that for the laptop when I factory reset it, because I'm not going to really use it much besides for college and stuff like that. At that point, maybe
Mine has a desktop in there.
Huh?
Not even been used.
Wait, where?
In the hall closet.
No shit.
Oh, shit.
Do you know the specs on it?
I don't know. Nobody's using it.
Want to pull it out really quick and see what the specs are? Because if there's some specs that are actually, it's probably old, so the specs are probably obsolete. But if there's a few of them that aren't bad, I could probably budget myself out, get all these parts individually. I might be able to just upgrade that.
It's in the hot closet there.
Here, I'll be right back. I'm going to check this out. You should have told me that. Did you just find out about this?
No, I put it in there.
You put it in there? Shit, you should have told me.
For months. For a couple months anyway.
You know I've been trying to do this. You never told me about this? Oh my god. I've been talking about getting desktop all the time, and you're just like, there's one in there. Okay, let's check this out. Let's see here.
It's heavier still drunk.
It's not that heavy. The thing on top of it was. Okay. I had the Defender moved on. There's Robert. He's over here. Okay, let's see here. It's Gateway, I guess. Digital Media Manager. SD, MOC, it has all that stuff. Okay. Windows Vista. Oh God, it's back when it was Windows Vista.
It is real no metal thing, yeah.
Intel Core 2 Duo. Ah, come here.
You want to hold it for you?
I got it. Windows Vista Premium. Okay.
Using a computer.
250 gigabyte hard drive. That's really small. That needs an upgrade for sure. Yeah, this is. Damn. Depends. Experience vary based on hardware and what software you're trying to use. So Stefan, you're able to like pick out model numbers for computers and then like know their specs, right? Because there is a model number on this, so we could potentially find out what the whole situation with the specs are of this, and if so, I can upgrade this bitch maybe. I know the hard drive already is obsolete as fuck, so that makes me assume everything else is most likely obsolete. And yep, tell me the model. Cool. It's a Gateway GT 5436E. I'll say it one more time. Gateway GT 5436E. So. Yep. There you go. Boom, boom, shakalaka. Also has a serial number on it, too, so if that's ever needed, there you go. But I could potentially, like, is that, like the surface part, like the shell of it's actually not bad. The shell's actually kind of alright. Back of it's alright. Case opens out, does not slide. Okay. So, I can easily open it. There's plenty of USB cords. There's at least there's 6 of them back here, and there's 2 in the front, so there's 8 overall. Plus, I can have more USBs with USB extenders. There's an Ethernet cable, or the internet cable, basically. There's the obsolete mouse and keyboard little hooks, where the little blue thing and the purple thing, back when that was a thing. That's still there, which is kind of hilarious. And there's a HDMI and multiple. There's 2 HDMIs, it looks like. And a phone line. There's 2 phone lines on here. Is that even a thing still? And then there's microphones and other jacks in here, but that's not necessary. Oh, and also has a power thing on here, so we'll need the power cord.
You only have power cord one.
Okay. Not useful. Super outdated. Oh my god. Yeah, I would have assumed this thing is super outdated. Even if I upgraded it or even tried to, there's no way, is there? There's no way, is there? What do you think of The Last Jedi? I have my problems with it. It's not as bad as I thought it was, but it's still like, ugh. It's still pretty bad. It's terrible for what it was meant to be, but you could, but it wouldn't be worth it. Okay, so easier to just get a new one entirely. Well. Oh well, it was worth a look.
Yeah.
It was worth the look. I didn't realize we had one, so we could probably sell it for parts and get a little extra cash to help with getting a little extra cash on the side to help with the investment to it. So potentially it could be worth something in a different way. So we'll figure it out. All the PCs I repaired, Gateway sucked. Yeah, well, unfortunately, unuseful, but it was worth a look. I'll put it right back where it was, though.
Okay.
Lord. Man, that closet was a nightmare. What the hell? Jeez. Those best pack repel. But bad. What's there are 6 Italian ones. 10 mil Mexican sticks is best. Watch this. Well, I can't. Found a good one for $130. Buy it, and then you can get a $120 graphics card and be in budget. No shit. Yo, send me a link for that. That'll be that's something good. Sweet. That's channel. I'm on it. Well, no, some cool channel. A plug and play. What are good other restaurants? Well, they're in the restaurant binge. Me and Stefan are in the business binge. But sweet. Yeah, definitely link me that, and I'll see what else there is, and I'll probably consider that. Because the graphics card can wait a little bit, because I can easily play like indie games and stuff like that on the side in the meantime. Shallots. Charlotte. Why do I imagine that being so French? Charlotte. I can imagine that being super French or something. Go smoke up and eat at a restaurant for the munchies. There's a few I forgot a name. I go to different ones all the time. Well, there you go. Ugh. I'm feeling a little something going on here. A little jitter, a little jittery. Yeah, it's okay. I ain't doing nothing with that. What's Charlotte's? What kind of food? Indeed, tell us what kind of food.
But Bella's still outside her.
No, she's in Mom's room. She wanted inside Mom's room, and I was like, okay, I'll let you in. Oh, it just slips out of my hand. Ugh. I'm going to take you home with me and show you my house, lol. Oh, damn. Kidnap. I'm not going to let you trap me in your serial killer basement. Oh, damn. I'm not going to let you trap me in your serial killer basement. Oh, my God. So ominous. Because you can't trust me.
Elijah.
Malloy is an Irish name. Are you sure you're not Irish? Very little. My grandpa tried to teach me when I took care of her. Well, not Irish. Joseph Madre Malloy. Malloy is an Irish surname. Come to my casa, Carlo, and you see the Italian in me. I like how it went Irish, but just suddenly went into a totally different thing. Ah, I am like, look at that. Look at that. Hold up. Let me just get a light zoom on that. Whoa. Yeah, look at that. Look at that bird. Oh yeah. Oh shit, we're about to get some smoke. Oh. But yeah, dude. That's what you get for playing bass enough. You get that. Ow. I use a different finger.
I'm sorry, it's all I had.
Wow. Use a pick, son. I'm using this. I'm using this little smidget thing. Carl Rose is looking for hot gay men in your area. Whoa. Whoa. There's that trailer park. Pretty much. Damn. Bone a little grass now. Indeed. That reminds me. I'm gonna refill on that so I can do some too. Talk about moonshine. Let's talk about moonshine, boy. Talk about some moonshine, boy. Inspired, my dealer just got locked up. He was shipping grass and hash oil from California. That just... I remember that from last time, and that is truly a catastrophe. A catastrophe upon man right there. It's a damn shame. It's just a bloody shame. How he has to be an outlaw. Essentially what he has to live under. It's a terrible shame, indeed. Aye. But, you know, eventually, that will definitely change. I mean, every year, like, I mean, every election cycle, there's more states every year. We've been down this routine. Do I have to go on it? Do I have to go on it? So, it's definitely happening. I have to go back to buying from ghetto motherfuckers and people I knew in high school. Damn, son. There's nothing worse than running out of grass. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. It's a sad state of affairs when you've run out of grass. It's a sad state of affairs. Terrible shame. It's just terrible. Terrible. I thought there'd be no grass for anyone's consumption. That's looking gnarly. Hold on. Let's check it out. There you go. Oh, you can't even see. Well, there you go. Damn, look at that. Oh. That's just for playing bass. That happens pretty often. But I was holding a pick, so, I mean, you kind of can't help it. If I'm just doing finger bass, I can easily not get that. Like, I don't really get much going on for this. But for that happens sometimes playing guitar. Normally, I'll get more up here if I'm playing my actual guitar, but bass, I seem to get it right there. I'm going for a record tonight. Yeah, I've been going off for 3.5 hours. Blister hangnail. Yeah, it's just a blister. I've just been playing bass, and the string keeps making contact with my skin there, so eventually it just ripped off. Played earlier and missed it. He didn't miss any. He showed up enough for some of it. But I've been playing off and on. But I don't think I'm going for a record, but I guess I could. I don't know why I'd need to, but I guess I could. But I don't think I will. I think I'll leave the record for another time. So I think I'll just smoke my last bowl then. Though we did a lot of productive stuff, and plus there's fun things that happened. There was music. We had drug conversations. Had discussion on drugs. Had discussion on mushrooms specifically, and like psychedelics, and kind of broaden out to all that. Had a little conversation about beta for a little bit. Other stuff. Played bass in between everything. So pretty productive. Pretty fun little thing. Smoke a bowl too? Why not? Why not? Might as well. Now I'm going to feast on some of this stuff. Maybe go to the bar, play some pool, eat more food. Beta will work. Yeah. I don't know if you saw Kyle's new video on about beta will work, but it's just like I'm not considering them at all anymore for 2020 consideration. What were we saying about mushrooms? Oregon has unexpectedly put on the ballot for 2020 legalization of recreational mushrooms and medical as well. On top of that, so your boy is going to be in the first state, potentially, maybe, to have legalized mushrooms in the country. I don't know. The smile on my face just for the benefits about that. Beto's neoliberal. Oh yeah, he definitely is. That's my issues with him. Oregon, seriously? Yeah. Because I remember earlier in this year, they did a poll, I think in January, they did a poll on, would you like to would you vote yes or no on a legal ballot initiative for recreational magic mushrooms? And it was very, very close. It was like 52% no, and like the rest was yes. It was like 48% yes. That's very close. So I guess there's enough signatures to have it on the ballot. So maybe if it's written properly and actually given a good case within the pamphlet and within the actual bill and the policy, we actually might see legalized mushrooms here, first in the country. Like, this is a good start to seeing other states now looking at other drugs that there's research been done into, which psychedelics and psilocybin have been. I mean, earlier I had a few articles to back it up, and now we're starting to open up the doors from not only legalizing cannabis but also other forms of drugs. So I'm pretty excited about it myself. So I'm pretty good. It's gonna take a fucking forever for the regulatory systems to get set up. It's gonna be wrapped up in miles of red tape. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I sent the email of links. I'm out for tonight. All right, man. Peace out. I'm about to wrap it up for tonight anyway. So my next step is to do this stuff. This. That's even if it does pass. Yeah, and to be honest, I don't know if it will, but it's unexpected and surprising, and I think good news. Even if it doesn't pass, I think it's still good news. And I would just be curious to see how the bill is actually proposed, and if it's actually a pretty good bill on the ballot, I would probably vote yes, and most likely vote yes. But if it's vague and it's just like, yeah, we're legalizing it, and that's like it, and there's nothing to it, it's like, that's like, it's like what? You might as well just have say, oh, we're decriminalizing it. I mean, that might as well be what you're doing, and I guess I'm in favor of that, but there's nothing to that. And it's like, I mean, we need to do something with this. We can't just legalize it and do nothing. So it needs to be thought out. And I'm hopefully, considering how we're going about these marijuana initiatives, I'm thinking maybe we'll see the same thing with mushrooms and with other different forms of drugs as well. Hopefully, that's what I'm thinking. I won't be surprised if the Fed shut it down after it actually does pass. We have an all the above strategy when it comes to legalize. Legalize is better than non-legal, and that's what needs to happen in ACP. I'm with you 100% on that. I mean, we had a major discussion on this on that main issue, and that's still my principle. Honestly, people shouldn't be getting arrested for drugs. I agree, or distributing it or anything. I mean, it's like we arrest drug dealers on the streets, but we don't arrest the drug dealers on in the pharmaceutical executive offices. Like,
They have money.
exactly. That's the main reason, you know. It's just like it all stems to money when it comes to this stuff. I mean, it's just like it just seems stupid. So we need to at least decriminalize it so we de-incentivize people who do deal it on the streets from getting arrested, but maybe rehabilitated or and seize the properties or probation or something like that. But arresting obviously has never solved the problem. The same thing made the drug war worse. But I got like a hair in my nose right now. That's the thing about cats. You just get like fur in your nose sometimes. Jeez. I think got it. Boom. Grind some more. Dude, this is seriously starting to annoy me. There's like a hair tickling like the very front of my nose. And God, is it annoying. Get off or something. Okay, that did it. I just used a cloth and went. got my whole front of my face, and I think it got it. It says better or worse. World revolves on money. Yeah. Boom. Unfortunately, this is my last bow of night. Well, not the night, but of the stream night. But that's okay. I'll be here again tomorrow, yes indeed. I will indeed. Sitting here for 4 hours doing nothing at all. Da-ba-da-da-bum. Ba-bum-ba-bum. Maybe next couple weeks I'll get to the desktop and then it'll be a major upgrade to the channel. Soon my streams will be on PC and then everything will be great. We could do much more. We could do much more. Which is so true. We will be able to do so much more. The old man doesn't even have wine in his Italian food. Italian food is good with wine. I can say right now, no smoking, no drinking, no drugs. Good on you for no smoking. And drinking, you know, you gotta just really, you just gotta like moderate yourself and know what your limit is. And as long as you know what that is, you should be okay. As long as you're smart, or at least just smart with your own limit. Like, if you're, like, or just one of those people that can chug, like, 8 beers and be fine somehow, then, okay, well, go right ahead. But if you're someone who can, like, will take, like, a beer and then you're like, it's like, whoa, maybe you probably should, not consume. But if you're, like, again, it's just knowing yourself. Knows those limits, and... Sounds like a boring old white guy that has no fun. Damn. Just got roasted. Just wrecked, dude. Just got wrecked. Wrecked. Bitch. Wrecked. What you can do? I could put away a lot of beer. Yeah. I mean, I could too. Like, honestly, this stuff is like water to me. I just don't like it really that much. Like, there's some that I do, and I've had it before. And once I do tolerate, I'll drink, like... or whatever, that I can tolerate and be fine with. It'll just be like, nah. I mean, the ones that I'm just, like, not a fan of, I can't really help but sip, or else it's just gonna, like, make me do that. It's like a gag reflex. It's, like, too much of it will make me reflex, but once I can tolerate or are actually pretty good, I can handle, I'll be, like, fine. But definitely could not handle most beers though, but I could, there's some that I like, and I could definitely chug those too. So like, there was that, hazelnut, there was, Stefan knows the exact name of it, it was a rogue hazelnut, and it's actually not too bad, and, it's just that the initial taste is just, like, not exactly off-putting, it's tolerable, but it's just, like, the hazelnut, like, initially I didn't really like at first, because I didn't think it mixed well. But the aftertaste was actually really good, and now that I've acquired that aftertaste taste, I can pick that out when drinking it now. So I'm able to, taste kind of the aftertaste. I can pick that taste out and just concentrate my taste on that, I guess, if that makes sense. And I can, taste it that way, and and I'm fine. But it's like I kind of have to like find the ones I can tolerate or that I don't instantly go to, and pick out the taste, the flavors and taste stuff, and just pick the ones I like, and I can concentrate on those flavors. And I can't explain how I do that. It's just like I can like pick out like the hazelnut, for example, in that hazelnut beer. Like I could pick that hazelnut flavor because that has a strong aftertaste to me. I could pick that flavor out, and I won't necessarily taste that beer flavor taste that I don't like too much. So. I mean, there's that one, and there was this another one I forgot the name of, but my friend had it once, And we went.
Shut. Ah.
Well, shit, son. What just happened?
Shit.
Sounds like you need to smoke a fat weed. It sounds like you need to smoke a fat weed, sir.
That was totally my fault, partner. Sorry.
Pilsner?
I'm sorry.
No. Definitely is not the name of it. I really could not tell you, but that doesn't ring a bell. I mean, we have that here, but it's something I don't remember drinking before, so it's definitely not that. Like, I know what you're talking about, but I haven't had it before, so I definitely know it's not that. Maybe I had it once, but we don't normally go for that. If we ever have gotten any drinks before, it's usually something I haven't seen in our like roster of beers. I guess you can say that we normally will pick. It's a salad beer. Yeah, and yeah, and that's just something I haven't tried because I know what it is, but I haven't those aren't the ones we've tried before. So I should probably try it out. It might be good. I haven't, like I said, I haven't tried it, so I think at some point I'll just snag one and try it out. Open up. There we go. Whoa. Wanted to like roll off and fly away or something. Jeez. It gets weed trapped in these things so much. There we go. Boom. Boom shakalaka. Yeah, that's all ash. Ashtray. Boom. Ashtray. 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 Is
Partner, it's trapped in it anyway. What are you doing that for?
Partner's like, nah, I'm gonna soon do that. Just mess up everything for us. Because there's many fake news. Fake news. Fake news. You're gonna make us lose. We thought we were gonna win, but that's fake news. Fake news.
Damn it, partner. Shit.
Miserable losses?
Yeah, you knew that the other guy was trumping over him.
Oh my lord. I just realized, I think Phoenix was the closest I've ever gotten to the Mexico border.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking at this map and I see LA compared to Phoenix, and I think Phoenix is slightly closer to the border.
I just live up near the border.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix is it looks like the capital of Arizona.
We used to live in Tucson.
No, Phoenix is bold lettered, so I think it's Phoenix.
Yeah, but I used to live in Tucson.
Oh, I thought you said it's either Phoenix or Tucson. I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure it's
I
Phoenix.
used to live in Tucson for about 3 or 4 years.
Oh, yeah,
Beautiful
that's
area.
yeah. Yeah, there's a highway that branches off and goes south into Mexico. So it's like a highway that leads off from Mexico there. At Tucson, so just south of it. But yeah, Arizona is really beautiful. I've been going to Phoenix. It's a pretty beautiful spot. Not gonna lie. Like in the winter, it's pretty temperate. It's actually not too bad.
Right.
But I would not want to be there in the summer. God no. Ugh, that would be miserable.
I'll tell you how bad it is.
It's probably worse in Tucson too, because it's near the equator.
But I used to work. I had to walk back and forth to work for a while because my car broke down.
Yeah.
But in the wintertime, you got 29 degrees.
29 degrees,
Got
really?
29 degrees, and then they shut the buses down and everything else
Oh.
because it's too cold.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Pussies. 29. Oh my god. It really get at night, because in the middle of the day during the winter, it's usually like more like 50 or 60, 70. At least how it was when it was.
In the winter, in the summertime.
Well, no, not in the wintertime, because it was
In the wintertime, it can get cold.
Yeah, because at least
Not as cold. Depending on where you're going, the mountains can get colder than down in the valley.
Oh yeah, because Phoenix I think is near the valley because there was mountains around us, but it was pretty warm. Like it was in the 70s, so it wasn't like hot, but it was not, like I could wear this leather jacket I have underneath, like opened, and just wear a t-shirt underneath and be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like or just wear a t-shirt. But if a wind gets, I'll be like, ooh, burp. But it was pretty fine. Like, but I could just imagine the winter or the summer being like, oh god.
Good game, Al.
But yeah, I mean it's a beautiful area. I'd love to go like that mountain where we the place where my grandparents stay at Arizona. There's a big mountain just off in the distance.
Well, there's a bunch of mountains out the distance. It's surrounded by mountains.
Well, yeah, and there's ones really close by, probably like 2 or 3 miles away. And when I was there, I was always so tempted to just go hike up there. But I know there's rattlesnakes and stuff and wildlife that can protect.
You like history and everything. They have Tombstone, Arizona. There also Tombstone, where actually White Earp.
Like Native American tombstones and things like.
Tombstone, Arizona.
Oh, Tombstone. Oh, it's
back in the day, White Earp.
Oh yeah.
And all the Boot Hill.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's like the different Wild West little towns that are like.
Yeah, that's when back in the day they had a bunch of shootings.
Oh damn.
Because
like gunslinger shootings and stuff like that, right?
Well, you shooting at cars?
Oh yeah. Huh. Yeah, it'd definitely really be cool. Yeah. But I'd definitely love to check out those. Area. Yeah, I'd love to go hike up in those mountains, but if it wasn't for the wildlife, and then so like if I have these boots here, and these will probably be able to be all right with me, And actually, with what I'm wearing for leg wear, I'd probably be okay. I got undergarments under these pants to wrap myself up, so I'm not like exposed.
Well, they got some good trails up there too. I mean, just walking along the rocks. Me and this girl that I met at work,
I'm sure if I found trails, I'd definitely be fine.
Trails and everything else.
But if I was just like walking up, just wild hiking it, not doing any trail, then I definitely need to be careful because I could just walk on a nest of a rattlesnake and be fucked. Just like I'd probably be dead. So I'd just be like, well, there goes my Christmas.
I think she had hot spring or something, but the rubber shows all the time at work. On the hands, I was married.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to visit Phoenix again. I might soon,
Phoenix, if you're familiar with Dallas and Fort Worth, Fort Worth is the more laid-back town.
Yeah.
Dallas is the more bustle town. And that's the same way as Phoenix and Tucson. Tucson's more laid-back and more relaxed and everything.
The funny thing is, Dallas and Fort Worth are literally right next to each other, but Tucson is right here. And
you got an hour drive.
Yeah, but like Fort Worth and Dallas are like basically like little. It's like Eugene and Springfield.
It's still an hour drive from Dallas to Fort Worth.
Yeah. It's kind of...
You're going to have your little towns like Arlington, Irving, and
Midlothian, and... Midlothian isn't even really a town. It's like literally a community neighborhood in the middle of nowhere. And they're building a fat supermarket right across from it. That's basically Midlothian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like, wow, this feels so corporatized and feels so just... Ugh, it just doesn't feel right. And plus, there's giant cement factories scattered all over the place, so they have those fat plumes piling, going up. And it's just like,
You enjoy Tucson better because same thing as Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's a concrete jungle. That's what they call it.
Huh.
It gets hotter in Phoenix than it does in Tucson due to the fact that it has more sidewalk.
More concrete and asphalt and all that. Yeah, and it builds up heat. Yeah, that's why in Portland.
Tucson, it's more laid back.
It's probably more spread out. There's more open space for wind to travel for everything because Phoenix.
You can actually go from Tucson up to Mount St. Helens, or it's a mountain up there. Actually, about get an hour or so, get up there.
Yeah.
And 110 maybe down in the valley, about 50 or 60 degrees up in the mountain. Beautiful. They had a restaurant there until it burned down. They probably built it back by now.
Probably, yeah.
And they burned it down at one time.
Hi, pup. Hello. Yeah. But, yeah, because there's You know the bomber on McLaughlin that used to be at the bomber diner?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it before, but they moved that over to there's this air museum in Phoenix, and they moved it there to use the parts on that bomber to rebuild a fully functioning flying B-17 again.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and you can actually, like, for $250, take a flight in it and fly around in it. Yeah, and it's so cool. I haven't got a chance to, but next time I go down there, I want to take that opportunity because that would be so cool to fly in a B-17. Oh, that would be fun. I mean, like, I think there's only like 4 or 5 functioning B-17s that can fly right now. And when I was there, they were in the middle of working on a B-25 Mitchell, which is a little twin-engine bomber, and they were working on the engines and I think working on one of the landing gear. But for the most part, that entire bomber was practically in mint condition. It looked like I was looking at a workshop in the 40s. They were working on one in maintenance. You know, it looked like they were just doing maintenance work. It was so cool. It kind of like, of course, you know, I wasn't around at that time, but it kind of brought me of like, if I grew up, you know, in the 40s, I can imagine, you know, being like a serviceman and just, hey, there's the engineers working on my bird right there. Yep, gotta go flying in 4 hours, so hurry up with that. Get those plates replaced. I got a lot of bolt holes on that last time. You know, something like that. But it was cool. And they also had a East German MiG-21 there, I think. Either that or it was Hungarian. It was either Hungarian or an East German MiG-21, which was really cool. And they also had what was it? What was it? Oh, they had a MiG-15 there too, right outside, and it was a really tiny plane. I was actually very surprised how small this little plane was. Like, I'm not even lying. You can fit the MiG-15 like in this garage. You can fit 2 of them probably in this garage. Like they're pretty small, surprisingly. Like I was kind of shocked. I was like, wow, this is a really small plane. It's like literally the cockpit is about as wide as this chair. Like, I mean, and it's really compact and small. It's like, dang. I think it was a Chinese licensed one, so I think those ones are slightly smaller than the actual Russian licensed ones. So maybe that made sense because I think, you know, Chinese people are a little smaller. But it was like, whoa, it's a very tiny plane. But the guns on it, it was definitely the 5-power packs because it has a 120 millimeter, 130 millimeter, and 147 millimeter cannon. Not just machine guns, but straight up just cannons, and that shit will murk anything. Like 20 mils are already lethal enough to fighter aircraft, but those 30 mils and those 47 mils can go after heavier aircraft like bombers, which is what it was mainly meant for as interceptors. So it worked out for what it was, and it can just wreck anything. It was pretty. Where'd you see those planes? Autocannons? Yeah, the autocannons. Yeah, and I forgot the exact name of the air museum, but it's in Phoenix, and it has an operational B-17 there. I'm just blanking on the name of the place. I just remember it was in Phoenix, and they do have a flying B-17 there. That much I know. And when I was there, they also had a Wildcat, and it was a British licensed Wildcat. It was the F4F Wildcat, and it flew in and landed while we were there checking out the museum. So me, including whoever was there, got a chance to see this aircraft land, and we were able to watch them taxi it. And I was able to talk to the pilot a little bit, be like, "Hey, that's a really awesome aircraft. It's cool if I want to do whatever it is." It's like, "Yeah, sure, go up to it, yeah." And it's cool. I have pictures of it if I remember. It's on my Apple phone, which doesn't charge, so I need to find a way to get the pictures off of that, so I can actually show some of the pictures of my trip from Arizona, because that's literally all I got an opportunity to use that phone for. It was like, after high school, I was meant to get another phone, that was meant to be it, but it just stopped working, so I ended up just stopped using it, because it didn't want to charge or something like that, but I still have it, so.
Well, it charges up it up.
Yeah, literally, I'll put it in there, and it'll just be like, dead charge, just won't charge, no matter what. So I think
Will it come up at all? Even if you hook it up to
I mean, it won't like turn on, but yeah. technically.
Because you can actually hook it up to your laptop.
And yeah, that's what I'm thinking I'll have to do.
And
If I
download
didn't do it
pictures.
already, I think I might have, but I don't know. I was only in Phoenix for a few hours. Never got to see anything there other than at lunch. Yeah, Banks is all right, brother. Museum. Well, that's cool. I've never been to a Kill Devil Hills, even though I'm so close to it. Kill Devil Hills? Huh, never heard of that. What's that about? I'm still trying to deal with his hair here. It's so ridiculous. Can't deal with it. Ah, my God, whatever. I haven't even begun to load my last bowl yet. Terrible shame. Boop. Boop-a-doop. Boom. Ma, Sharona. Ma, Sharona. Devil Hills is a strand of North Carolina beach where the Wright Flyer originally first flew. Oh, okay. I remember now. All right. That's the name of the place. I knew it was in North Carolina. I just never knew the exact name of the location. Well, that's good to know. Kill Devil Hills. Right on. That's a pretty cool name, Kill Devil. Yeah, we're gonna go to Kill Devil Hills and take our first flight with our flying machine. Turn men to angels. Yeah. Near the town of Kitty Hawk. Yep. I remember the town of Kitty Hawk. It's the beach of City Kitty Hawk. Alright. Yeah, I never knew the name. I knew the name of the place, which was Kitty Hawk, but I never knew the hills that actually they took off from and landed and did their whole little fun little flight on. Man, imagine being the first one, imagine being the Wright brother to first take flight on that thing. That would, just to kind of see, look down, even if it's 30 feet below or 50 feet below, however high they got, even though it wasn't really high, can you just imagine the success they must have had in their eyes to finally get something to fly, even for a short time, and within a century got us to what we know today for flight. We can go into fucking space because of them, basically. Like, without them, would we even have gone to the moon and shit like that? Like, pretty tense stuff. I mean, they really pioneered what aviation is today. That's the trip where I stayed at Stone Mountain. Well, to stay at Stone Mountain is Side Park. It's cool how you guys you can like reference, you know, places to each other, like know what you're all talking about. Because I'm sitting here like, what? I'm like, what are they talking about? Like, I get what we're all talking about here, but I'm just like, Stone Mountain. I don't know where that is, so I don't know what hotels all over there and stuff like that. It's funny. It's like, oh boy, conversation I have nothing of knowledge about. My grandmother worked at that little hotel inside Stone Mountain Park when she was young. That's cool. That's pretty cool shit. As they were just outside, they were still working on up to the rooms inside. Ah. Oh. I need to stop doing this big conversation. Stone Mountain is a place in Georgia near Atlanta. It's literally a giant stone mountain with a slate park around it. Right on. That sounds pretty cool. Just a fat slob of rock that's a mountain. I've done acid there, me and your cousin have. Nice. Right on. Yeah, I don't have any psychedelic experiences with my family at all. Though I know my siblings have. My sister says she's done a few, most of them acid trips before. And her last acid trip made her not want to do acid anymore because it was a bad trip, which I'm like, I can understand. You know, not like, you have to kind of be in that right mindset. Like, her and I had a pretty good talk. Nice, interesting, fun talk. Sharing stories about our acid trips and stuff. It was cool. She talked about how she went to these hot springs once while on mushrooms for friends that were in these secluded little hot springs in Montana. I don't even remember the place that they called it, but it was like outside of these public hot springs that you can go to there. And she and her friends picked out this really cool spot and went out there and we're doing mushrooms there. And I forgot all the details, but there was but it was a lot of the fun adventures that they were having there. It's pretty cool. I think they said they saw a few meteor showers, or what they thought were meteor showers in the night sky because of how bright the stars were and stuff. Which is pretty cool. They tripped over the stars. I wish I could do that. That would be cool. I checked it out on the bucket ride up to the top. You can fish, kayak, swim, hike around it, walk up the mountain. Cool. Done the same bucket ride too. All my other cousins are uptight other than the one I was with. I went to Hot Spring in Oregon. It was pretty fun. It's right next to the river. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are Bagby Hot Springs. Those are nice. The hot springs here in Oregon are so cool. They're open 24/7. You can go anytime. Like, and if you go at the right time, you can pretty much have them all to yourself for a very long time. Like, you can literally be there sometimes all night and not have a single person come by. So you can sometimes in these hot springs you can have them to yourself. It was a real small one. It can only fit a few people. Yeah. You're probably in that area, but there's hot springs scattered all over the place. But there's this public built area with a bunch of hot springs where you can go to as well. And it's pretty much built on top of a huge one because a lot of the mountains in Oregon, on the Cascade Mountains, a lot of them are built under water reservoirs, which is why you can get hot springs and stuff. So when a lot of them near the mountains tend to be warm due to the volcanic activity below. So it's kind of like Iceland in that sense, where the tectonic, where there's like a little bit of tectonic activity. Here there's not a lot, but we do have the Cascadian Fault below us, so there is hot springs here because of that. So those reservoirs tend to be very warm, and not all of them, but a lot of them. There's this one called what was it called? Me and my friends went to it to see the eclipse. I forgot the name of the place. It was I think it was called it was near Bagby, but south of it. I think it's Little Butte or something like that. I forgot the name of it, but it's this literally this little obscure little mountain range that you can go to, and it is just so beautiful. Like you can see Mount Jefferson off in the distance, and where we were at, you can see it, and it was just like to see the eclipse where we're at was stunning. The hot springs we were at, it was beautiful. Like there wasn't any like actual hot springs where we were at, but there, because like I said, the reservoirs down below, a lot of these mountains are formed under these reservoirs. But a lot of them do surface up into these springs. But where we were at, we never found the actual springs. And who actually told us about it was one of my college teachers. He mentioned it and told us where it was around the map area. And we looked at it, and we were like, all right, we're going to this area. We went as close as we can get to it, or at least at the time. And that's where we're at. And it was a great spot. Perfect little spot. I'm definitely going to go there again for camping trips and stuff. That's when I saw Elvis. Oh, you saw Elvis? Fuck yeah, dude. Do you like Mount Hood? Oh, Mount Hood is beautiful, dude. I love going snowboarding down that mountain. It's great. I want to go hiking there and actually climb that mountain. I want to go to climb the peak someday. That would be beautiful. I'd love to do that. And there's a lot of caves also on Mount Hood that you can go to and check out. There's a lot of glacial caves, glacial caves as well that you can check out, and I want to see those as well. So there's a lot about Mount Hood that I love. It's really cool. I haven't checked it. I haven't really seen all of its little wonders, but it's a very beautiful little mountain. So if you ever get a chance to come back and go to Mount Hood, like definitely check out all of its little treasures. Like because there's little expeditions and you can actually like at Timberline Lodge or Mount Hood Meadows Lodge, you can do expeditions to go hike up in the mountains at the peak, and in other places you can also do I think in the same places as well you can do expeditions to do ice caving and stuff like that as well. Go check out the ice caves and the caves on Mount Hood, which is so cool. It's really cool. There's this one that scientists have been studying on the east side of the mountain. I forgot the exact name of it, but they've been studying it for like the last 20 years, and they've been noticing that the glacial ice on Mount Hood has been receding due to climate change. Another perfect example of that, just to remind you. And they've been noticing that the cave has been expanding by like 2 inches a year, 2 inch, like 2 square inches a year, um, like due to the warming temperatures. And it's like, oh my god, it's just like wow, that's depressing to know. So, I mean, eventually, I mean, there's because the mountain has a lot of different glaciers just chilling all over the side of it. It's really cool. I mean, the mountain's beautiful. It's really like like a lot of the city skyline wouldn't be what it is without Mount Hood. Out there in the distance, just being this whole thing. It's like only like an hour drive or an hour and a half drive, depending on where you want to go on the mountain. I mean, if you want to go on the east side, it's more like 2 hours. But if you want to go anywhere else on it, like on the west side or north or south side, it's about an hour and a half, give or take. Yeah, north, south, Georgia, Florida, Mississippi. I've seen it. I wonder when the Cascadian subduction zone's gonna blow. I hear it's supposed to be like the next 100 years. I also hear it's supposed to have happened in the last 100 years. I heard we're supposed to have it any second. So I don't know exactly when it's supposed to happen, but I'm gonna say probably within the next 100 years, give or take. So I took a trip covering the Old South. Oh, I forgot Tennessee and Dollywood. When it does, Pup will be fucked. Yeah, most definitely. I would be fucked. So, that's the thing that will cause a tsunami. Definitely. Like, the Willamette Valley will become the Willamette Sea. It will become a sea, basically. Like, where I live will be underwater. So, that would be great. So, either that or under lava. Either or. So, essentially, that's why I kind of have a backup plan to probably go. If I had to like move somewhere other than Oregon, it'd probably either be Alaska or Montana. And the reason why I say Montana because I do have family up there, and that I could especially relate with, and also it's not as populated, and plus I can easily have a decent plot of land and do partial self-sustaining on myself. So, and it's not like I can easily move back over there considering with family being there. So, it's something I can easily do. And that'll be a good backup plan. Texas, I just don't see myself going there at all, despite my family there. I love them. Love my family out in Texas, but just the politics alone, we're not going to be able to, it won't be great. But, again, I love them, though. Where the bud at? I just smoked some. I'm about to smoke some again. Smoke marijuana? Most definitely. I mean, I'm wrapping it up with a bunch of weed. I mean, that's how I do it. So, I just had one. We're, talking about stuff. And now, Gonna smoke some more, talk about more stuff, and load the last of it, and talk about some stuff, and smoke the last one, call it a day. Got a blunt time bomb with purple punch. Holy shit. Cheers, my friend. Damn. Ignore, are you even high? What? It probably doesn't get high anymore. I just know how to control it, I guess. I don't know. Like... You saying I'm not even high, motherfucker? I'm giggling like a madman, you fuck. Fuck you. I am definitely high, you bitch. You gotta wait 10 minutes. You don't gotta wait at all. What the fuck? God damn it, you got me in a laughing fit, you bitch. What the fuck? He doesn't think I'm fucking high. That's hilarious. What the fuck? No more games. Time to die. Oh my god. Fox image sounds like furry. He is furry. But that's okay. Because now there's at least 3 to 4 fucking furries on here. Which is totally fine. Because, I mean, furries attract furries, don't they? Ugh. Plus, they're just pretty common now at this point. Like, everywhere I go, I find at least one furry lurking. Like, whether it just be because of the icon or the name. I mean, it's pretty easy to find them. So, I mean, it's not that hard. Carl, do you still think I don't get high after that? After my little giggling, laughing fit? Still... I think I probably doesn't get high. Oh my god, of course I get fucking high. Are you kidding me? Look, I smoke on a regular, but that doesn't mean I still don't get high. My god. Man, I'm the only one that isn't a mod. You're not the only... No, that's not true. You're definitely not the only one. I got Joe, Jimmy, Carl, and Stefan. Those are the only 4 mods as far... oh, and Venom. But I haven't seen him in forever, but... Besides them, everyone else isn't a mod, and there's other people besides them that show up pretty commonly, so... And the reason why he's never ever around... Yeah, I see him pop in every now and then, rarely. Like, it's like once every 10 streams or something like that. I will see him pop in for like a few minutes and pop out. So, I know he's still around. So, I just assume that he watches after I stream. Like, he watches on his spare times, like in the morning or something like that. Man. Hey, the main reason. You know my reasonings. And you know my ruling. Like, the main reason why Stefan's a mod is because he's my actual friend. Like, I went to high school with him and stuff. Like, it's kind of a given. Carl and Joel, they've been around long enough that I trust them on their judgment. Same with Jimmy. And Venom, he's the same way, but he hasn't been around enough, but that's fine. I mean, I trust his judgment as well. But besides, there's you, and there's also a couple others, but I don't recognize their names as much, because, well... But you're definitely a regular. Ray Systems got furry. We went to high school. Did we? Let me look at that. Let me look at that thumbnail because it looks like there's a face there, slightly obscured. If so, I'm gonna quiz someone because he says we went to high school supposedly. What's the name?
This camera getting on.
It's all the cold. The cold really like causes like arthritis problems and stuff.
My mom's going through a lot of pains right now.
Jimmy Whisper's a really, really weird guy. He's definitely an oddball, but I attract oddballs.
Shit, I went back to the house.
You're gonna like, you're smoking weed real quick.
Yeah.
It's from Tennessee. He's bullshitting you ignore. Exactly. That's why I quizzed him like, all right, what high school am I from? Because I haven't said that before. I mean, I've said I've been to my high school before, and you know, whatever, and you know, I've talked about it, but I've never actually named it. So, I mean, unless you've actually been there, you're probably not going to know the name of it. Oregon High School. Lol. No. Yep. It's not the name. I don't think there's a place called Oregon High School. There's Oregon State University and University of Oregon. That's about it. And there's also Portland State and Portland Community College. Damn. Yeah. But, yeah. So, aha. Jealous of Stefan. Well, that was just because he happened to live here, so. And also, this is how he usually keeps in touch with me, besides texting articles back and forth. Like, whenever, like, throughout the day, I'll send articles I find interesting that him and I will probably have a good discussion with. I actually send it between him, Tyler, and I. So, all three of us usually will share stuff between each other and just discuss it amongst ourselves and stuff. It's a good way for us to keep communicating. I've been looking at that picture. Lol. You join my little 5th grade me. You creep. You're like, burr. I'm actually not really cold, but my head is kind of cold, and my feet are.
If I have my foot cowboy jacket on, I mean, it might be warm, but. A little fire hitting here.
This is a bit of a stream. We go way back. What up, Carl? Who were you originally? All right. Now we're dissecting you, boy. Been dissected. We're gonna find out your true intentions there. Find out those intentions. Blowing a little grass now and playing New Vegas properly. Good on you, sir. Good on you. Originally a super sugar glider. A sugar glider? I'll have to explain that one. Because boy knows I don't even know what that don't mean now, damn it. Gonna pour another a glass of kratom. Hey, good to know you're still doing kratums. It's an animal. It's an animal. Oh! I remember an old coworker from my work used to have one as a pet. She used to bring it in every now and then when she wasn't working. I remember those little guys. She had one as a pet, and it was missing one eye, and she adopted it without
What was it?
A sugar glider.
Oh, huh.
Yeah, they're like these little. It's a rodent, and it's called a sugar glider because
It flies across the bill?
yeah, it glides. Like when it opens itself out, it can glide out. There's also flying squirrels as well. That's also a
But shit, it says a pet. I mean, did it fly around the apartment or house?
Well, it can't like literally fly, but from a certain height, it can glide down to another.
Down, yeah. That'd be cool. Tim the cat got it.
Right. I don't think she had cats, but
We got 4. So.
5 of them. Yeah.
You got 5?
Yeah, we have 5.
Oh, that's right. 5 plates,
Bandit, Chewy, Cleo, Meg, Curly. Yeah.
So I know the 3 Musketeers. I mean, the three Stooges, you know.
Yeah, I was thinking. I keep thinking we have 6, but I think that's because I'm still thinking about Scooter sometimes. But I don't know. I feel like I feel like we should have a 6 for some reason.
No Bandit took that Scooter's place.
Yeah, Cleo just kind of chills now. Bandit just kind of did kind of take that over now. He kind of usurped the throne from Cleo. She just kind of doesn't give a fuck anymore. She's like, I'm just gonna sit here and be a kitty. You're the young buck. You can deal with it. You seem to handle yourself just as well.
It does too.
Yeah. I mean, literally, like most of the day, like when I left and I went to the bank, he was just chilling right outside on the front porch. When I came back, he was just still sitting there, just chilling.
He's lazy.
Yeah, it was just like waiting for me to come back. He's like, "Yo, you're gonna leave? Okay, I'll sit here and wait." When I came back, he was like, "Oh, you're back. I'm inside now." So.
The only kid I ever known that actually snuggled.
Oh. I know, like, he came in my room again. Like, I woke up, and about, like, 30 minutes later, he started meowing, like, meow, meow. He went in my room, and he was chilling in my room, snuggling up to me. It's like, oh, my God, this cat. Doc Sweetie says hi. Well, I say hello back.
Hello.
Kyle, when you visit, can you bring your puppy? Bring the puppy.
I will get a puppy.
Honestly, I kind of want to get a husky. Really, I mean,
Yeah, we go kidnap that brother's dog.
yeah, we could go kidnap Cooper easily. Yeah, you'd be fine with it. Cooper'd be easily fine with it. My brother, not so much, but yeah.
Or puppies either. No
I mean, I
afraid of
think,
him.
yeah, I think after the little dogs, pass on in their lives, I think we should. I do kind of want to get a husky because if it's a puppy, we can easily have it grow up knowing the cats and not go after them. Especially with Bandit being friendly as he is. So, over time, we can easily train him to adapt to the cats and stuff. And, I mean, I'd obviously take care of him. I'd be totally fine with it. I'm playing with him like half the day. He actually give me shit to do half the time. He give me stuff to do. It's a female.
Yeah. I should call brother that day. How do you work your TV? I was wearing.
I should have called when Dad was trying to deal with it because he came over that night trying to figure it out. I'm like, I don't know. You can watch me go upstairs play Red Dead because I know how to work that TV and I'm playing it right now. So, he eventually did after he figured out that bed, I guess. So, and then he passed out, but. And then you showed up for a bit watching play, but you can see how amazing that game is and how immersive. Like, they have, like, a ruin of a fucking Viking ruin where they have a helmet. Like, I was going over there to find it when he showed up. I was like, oh, that. Which kind of plays in the idea of, like, with the expeditions of Leif Erikson coming Vinland and out west and stuff. And, because, there's different researchers speculate that they could have went as far south as Massachusetts even, and like in Maryland and stuff like that. So they, because I think even recently this woman found in the riverbed what she thought was a stick ended up being a Viking sword. I think it was in Massachusetts. So. Even now, as recently, they're starting to speculate that maybe Leif Erikson might have had an expedition down there. Maybe not like the actual colony itself, but they went as far as south down there to explore. So, I mean, if that's pretty phenomenal. That, I mean, as far as south as like, it's either Massachusetts, Maryland, or like Vermont. I don't know how exactly like far south it was. I forgot exactly which state, but it was like one of the East Coast states. In like the central East Coast, and it's just like, wow. I mean, that far south. I mean, it kind of puts out a new perspective of how far the Vikings really had the foothold on North America a little bit. I mean, they were there for a while. I mean, they didn't succeed in the end, but they were there for a bit. So they had to have had at least enough influence to explore the surrounding areas. I mean, I'm kind of glad I got the book on the Vinland sagas because that'll kind of because it kind of goes into more detail about Leif Erikson and the Greenland sagas, etc. But like it kind of, but it also has the maps where it shows like different areas where they think the expeditions were all at, and though they do go as far south as like as Maryland and Massachusetts and stuff like that. So there's evidence to prove that for sure. So. I don't know. I mean, but it's really cool how it kind of plays into on that. That's what I love about the game. And about history itself. It's so cool. Doge. The doggo. Well, I've been going on for quite a freaking long time, so I'm definitely going to make this the final bowl, and I'll wrap it up for y'all. And do other things amongst myself, and be productive with my life. Like, find out a new desktop of those things and stuff. So, that'll be the first thing I'd get right into doing. So, cheers to that. Progress.
Oh, you stupid.
Blitz. Whoa. Well, an hour, 4 hours and 30 minutes. Holy shit. I think I went for a new record without even intending to do so. So, with that said, I think I'll wrap it up now. So, peace out, everybody. And, of course, I'll be around in the next one. So, good night, pup. Well, good night to you, Kyle. Good night to you, Joe. I know you're going to say something, but I'm probably not going to see it. But, good night, everybody.